Cough, cough. I say, there are so many demons here. Aren't they sending us to our deaths? Yeah, it's too scary. I think we should go back. Well, this old man would rather continue to sleep on mysterious Separation Island than to get involved in this muddy water. Damn it! I must have offended Yi Qingyu somehow. Just as Xianxia was in despair, a few discordant voices came from below the meteor shower-like sky. At an altitude of several tens of thousands of zhang, the Misty Rock Lord was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the towering giant demon. The man and the demon were both like arrows at the end of their flight. Suddenly, the space beside him trembled. Moreover, the shaking force started from one place and spread to the surrounding. In the blink of an eye, 10 figures appeared. Aren't they the 4 kings? One of them said in surprise. Another person cried out. I think he's about to die. He's about to become the king of death. The Misty Rock Master's expression changed slightly, and a hint of anger appeared between his brows as he shot a sharp gaze over. One of the gray-robed old men placed his hands behind his back and said, Don't talk nonsense, quickly attack. Yes. The other 9 immediately made their move. 9 powerful attacks landed on the giant demon. The giant demon, which was already like a dying lamp, exploded with a boom and turned into fine powder that scattered in the sky. The Misty Rock Master stared at the gray-robed old man and coldly said, Li Mongshan. He was one of the 4 kings of Xuanli Island. The king of light, Li Mongshan. Misty Rock Lord, be careful not to collect your lunchbox, Li Mongshan said indifferently. He raised his hand, and a ball of golden light appeared in his palm. Then he shot it out like a rain of arrows. The ball of light instantly lit up the entire sky and earth as if it was daytime. It was truly a brilliant light. The thousands of demons that were falling like rain seemed to suddenly become sluggish in this light, their bodies becoming sluggish. Demonic light immediately gushed out of every demon's body and gathered around their bodies to resist the strong light. This proved that they were still greatly injured. Lu's expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, Light barrier. One of the 2 great barriers of light and darkness that can transcend the barriers of the 9 elements and work together with the laws? Someone in the realm of heavenly martial arts has actually mastered this way. Lu's eyes were dark as he said, This person's strength is outstanding. You deal with this person, Gong said in a deep voice. Just in case, I'll send a few second-grade devil lords to follow you. Lu nodded. That's good. If not for the suppression of the realm, I alone would be enough. Just in case, the more people the better. He immediately counted nearly 20 people and called all of the second-grade demon lords to come with him before flying away. Light King, someone is here to kill you. We'll protect you. The 9 powerhouses from mysterious Separation Island immediately spread out in front of Li Mongshan and formed a triangle when they saw the 6 people flying towards them. There are 17 of them. Can you kill them? Li Mongshan asked. One cried out, I'm scared too. But where there's a will, there's a way. What can we do? Thank you for your hard work. Everyone, Li Mongshan nodded. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and the light that filled the sky began to spin like a huge furnace. The light turned into thousands of sharp blades. All the demons unleashed their demonic light to resist the sharp light blades. Their bodies emitted a chi-chi sound as large amounts of black smoke were continuously disintegrated by the light barrier. Yunxiao looked up and was pleasantly surprised. Li Mongshan's strength was beyond his expectation. He had trapped over 1,000 demons by himself and could even cause them some damage. The morale was immediately boosted. At this moment, the giant demons under the Tushita Sky Peak had finally reached their limit and collapsed instantly. With a boom, it was crushed into countless gravel and dust, and the earth was covered in dust. Everyone was extremely overjoyed. At this moment, only Hao Feng was left struggling to hold on to the last one. A dark shadow emerged above the giant demon's head. It was Tushita Heavenly Peak. After killing one, Yunxiao threw it over. Boom! The Tushita Heavenly Mountain crashed down on the giant demon's head and shattered into countless pieces. This time, he didn't try to suppress it. Instead, he lifted the mountain and flew over again. The giant demon was in pain. It knew how powerful this thing was. After fighting with Hao Feng for a long time, it had also exhausted a lot of demonic qi. Unwilling to collide with the mountain, it turned around and wanted to leave. In the end, he was hit on the back by the mountain peak and fell forward, crashing to the ground with a loud boom. The Tusada heavenly peak flew up again and smashed down. Hao Feng also seized the opportunity. With a flash of saber light, a huge transparent saber shape appeared in the sky and slashed down. The giant demon's body was clumsy, and after falling down, it could only be beaten. After being hit by the saber and the mountain, it also fell to the ground and broke into 2 pieces, unable to get up again. At this point, all 7 giant demons had been killed. Both Yun Xiao and Hao Feng's faces were pale as they stared at the giant devil's body. How many experts had died under the 7 giant devils' palms? Finally, they were all killed. Hao Feng was covered in blood. He had been hit by the giant demon twice, and the bones in half of his body had almost fallen apart. He was only holding on with his will. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to support himself. The Nirvana saber fell to the ground and he fell backwards. Lord Hao Feng! Shocked, Yun Xiao teleported over and put away Hao Feng and the Nirvana blade. In fact, he himself was also an arrow at the end of its flight. He also wanted to fall down whether he was dead or alive. He wanted to just fall down like this. After all, it was too tiring. But he could not because he was Yun Xiao, the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. The whole realm of heavenly martial arts was almost completely defeated in the battle on the ground. When they returned to the barrier of heavenly fire to resist, only Richard was left to fight the battle and kill hundreds of demons. Suddenly, a golden light came from the sky and appeared above everyone in the blink of an eye. It turned into a huge golden seal and struck down. Yun Xiao's eyelids twitched, and he could not help but be overjoyed, knowing that another expert had come to his aid. This was because there were 2 golden ancient seal scripts engraved on the big seal. Overturn the heavens. Boom! The mark landed in the middle of the demons, killing a large number of them. Immediately after, 2 armored figures appeared above and looked down coldly. They were the 2 brothers Zhan Yu and Zhan Si. There were 2 light green shadows that came with them. They were Wei Qing and his son. Yun Xiao was very pleased. You're here too. For the first time, he felt that the 2 brothers and the father and son were so cute. He was glad that he didn't kill them before. Humph, since we've made an oath, we'll naturally keep it, Zhan Yu said coldly. After that, he swept his gaze across the sky and earth. In an instant, he and Zhan Wu turned into 2 rays of golden light and flew down. There were too many demons in the light barrier in the sky. The 2 brothers couldn't resist them alone, so they killed the scattered demons below first. Wei Qing was also expressionless as he said coldly, "If someone didn't kneel down and beg in front of me, I might not have come." Yun Xiao was taken aback, and his face was filled with anger. The only good impression he had just now disappeared. Wei Qing ignored his expression and raised his head, frowning. "Why are there so many demons? Were you all doing nothing before?" Yun Xiao snorted heavily and ignored him. "No matter what the reason is, since Lord Wei Qing has come to this battlefield, he's a comrade in arms with us," Ling Mudi said. In addition, when Milord looked at the demons in the sky, he was shocked but not flustered, so he must have a certain degree of confidence. "What a joke!" Wei Qing snorted. "Do you think I'm the savior or the king of the realm?" Even though his face was filled with disdain, he did not hesitate. He took out a silver bottle and threw it into the sky. As the incantation seals continued to be cast, the bottle began to spin, turning into yin and yang qi that circled around its body, with a vague Tai Chi pattern. Gong's eyelids twitched and he cried out, "Yin-yang dual air bottle." In front of the demonic mirror, the other demon supremacies were also shocked. Yen said in a deep voice, "It's indeed a yin-yang dual qi bottle." The fragment from the ancient god's battlefield had also appeared, and 3 of the demonic weapons of the 6 paths had appeared. He didn't expect that the majority of the demon lord's weapons were on this battlefield. What's laughable is that they've all become the weapons of the experts of the realm of heavenly martial arts. The few of them didn't feel good. It was not only because these profound-level weapons came from the Devil world, but also because the reputation and prestige of the Devil Lord Emperor was too great. He was the idol of the Devil race for 100,000 years. Now that he saw all the idol-level weapons fall into the hands of the enemy, he was naturally not in a good mood. The yin and yang qi bottle rotated in the sky, and figures appeared from within. They were all refined killing weapons. Soon, 300 to 400 of them appeared, causing the demon lord's expressions to turn even uglier. After Wei Qing poured out all the killing weapons, he did not immediately put away the bottle. Instead, he continued to speed up his hand seals, causing the yin and yang qi bottle to expand. Soon, the mouth of the bottle was several mu in size, and a faint 8 trigrams pattern appeared above it. Then, the wind and clouds around the bottle surged, and a large amount of demonic qi turned into demonic dragons, which were directly sucked into the Dali. As soon as this technique was used, the sky and earth of Red Moon City were filled with demonic qi that had turned into dragons. They flew from all directions and were stored in the bottle. The people of both worlds were all attracted by this astonishing phenomenon and were shocked. The devilish qi absorption was nothing, but the speed and range of the phenomenon were truly astonishing. Gong's expression was a little dull as he said in a daze, "It can't be that he's going to absorb all the demonic qi, right?" At this moment, there was still a large amount of demonic qi flowing out of the crack. However, the speed at which the yin-yang qi bottle was absorbing it was tens to hundreds of times faster than the speed at which it was gushing out. "Not good," Ho said in a deep voice. It was said that the yin-yang qi bottle could not only contain people, but also the heavens and the earth. This person's plan is most likely to absorb all the demonic qi, so that my previous demonization will be in vain. Although the demonic world plants had been eradicated by the heavenly phoenix flames, as long as there was a large amount of demonic qi, the demonization continued, just that the speed was a bit slower. However, if it was sucked dry by this treasure bottle, then the demonization would be completely over. Damn it! Why are there so many damn things in the realm of heavenly martial arts? Damn it! Yen roared. I really want to go out and tear them all to pieces. Calm down, Ji said in a deep voice. If we go out, not only will this crack collapse, but we won't be able to withstand it either. If we're not careful, we'll end up like Blue. Then what should we do? Yen said angrily. Looking at the current situation, every time they thought that victory was in their hands, something would go wrong. Now that the yin-yang qi bottle has appeared, who knows how many more strange people will appear? The realm of heavenly martial arts is so big, Hodao said. There are indeed countless strong and capable people. It seems a little reckless of us to attack with all our strength this time. Don't you think it's a little too late to say you're being reckless now? Gong said coldly. Today we started this battle first. Even if we have to eat shit, we have to eat it. Isn't it just a yin and yang qi bottle? How did you guys change your faith? Don't forget, the 6 paths MO weapons have appeared before, but they were just SOSO. Hodao said, although I'm a little regretful, I'm not going to stop here. The yin-yang double air bottle was different from the 6 paths MO weapon. The key is that the person's power in controlling the 6 paths demonic weapon is limited. If he could fully exert the power of the demonic weapon, it wouldn't be so troublesome. He would have directly broken the crack and rushed over to kill us. The yin-yang qi bottle is a very unique ancient treasure. In terms of age and its unique abilities, it can be ranked in the top 3 of the entire Devil realm, aside from the 6 paths MO weapon. Yen said, isn't it just a sacred artifact that can absorb all things? What's so strange about it? Ordinary saint artifacts should be able to do it. Ordinary saint artifacts can contain all things, but they can't absorb all things. Do you understand the difference? Hodao asked. Yen was startled, and his face revealed a shocked expression as he said, what do you mean by absorbing everything? Ji Hagong also seemed to have thought of something, and his entire person didn't feel good. Ho looked into the demonic mirror and said, here, this is what you see now. What I'm most worried about is that this treasure bottle can only absorb demonic chi. If it can absorb demons, then we'll have no choice but to retreat. It sucked in the demons? Impossible. Yan's heart trembled. That's impossible. The yin-yang dual chi bottle does have this ability, Ho Dao said. Eltis rumored that this bottle has once absorbed a holy demon. Haha, that's nonsense. If he's really that powerful, then let's run away now. Yen laughed. Haha, this rumor is indeed a bit exaggerated, but it's absolutely true that it can absorb demons. However, there's one thing. A saint artifact is only an artifact, and there's a limit to its power. If it absorbs more than it can contain, then this bottle will be useless. There's nothing to worry about then. Although a holy demon is enough to kill over 1,000 demons, the energy contained in these demons is even greater than that of a holy demon. If the yin-yang chi bottle really absorbs them, it'll definitely be destroyed. That's true, Ho Dao said. But if this bottle really absorbs hundreds of demons, and with the power of the heavenly martial arts realm at this moment, the result of this battle is not optimistic for Xianxia. These words immediately made the other three fall silent. Moreover, judging from the nature of the heavenly martial arts realm, more and more experts were joining the battlefield. Who knew if more experts would come in later? The four of them could not hide the worry in their eyes. At this moment, the yin and yang chi bottle was like a divine tower in the middle of the sky above Red Moon City. The strange phenomenon that surrounded them was shocking. The demonic chi turned into swimming dragons and kept merging. Finally, it turned into 8 huge tornadoes that swirled into the mouth of the bottle. Not only the demonic chi, even the light of the light barrier and the fire of the heavenly fire barrier couldn't escape the fate of being absorbed. Li Mongshan and Feini were shocked and quickly withdrew the barrier. The yin-yang chi bottle was still sucking in chi and couldn't directly suck in living beings. Wei Qing waved his hand and gave an order. The hundreds of killing weapons immediately emitted a murderous aura and rushed towards the thousands of demons in the sky. These killing machines had no personal emotions, only the power of killing and the indomitable loyalty. The forces of the two worlds clashed, and the sky immediately descended into chaos. Wei Wuxia also charged into the enemy ranks to kill the demon lords. The demon lord might not be the strongest of these demons, but he was one of the more intelligent ones and even more difficult to deal with. Yun Xiao was overjoyed as he roared, "Everyone, let's finish this quickly." The people on the ground were in high spirits again. Feini did not cast any elemental barriers. She charged into the demons and killed them one by one. With the addition of Zhan Yu and Zhan Hu, as well as Yi's terrifying abilities, the situation was reversed, especially with the destruction of the simulated environment. And now that the demonic chi had been sucked away by the yin-yang chi bottle, it was undoubtedly a drastic change to the demons. All the demons were 100% exposed to the realm power of the realm of heavenly martial arts. They had no way to resist, and could only rely on themselves to resist. The number of demons on the ground began to decline, and they were quickly wiped out. However, on the heavenly martial realm side, except for the few Void God realm experts of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, there were almost no other people who could fight. Yun Xiao put all the injured people into the Divine Realm tablet, leaving only the brothers Zhan Yu and Zhan Qiu, Feini and Yen, Little Qing, Lingmu Di, Beimeng Nan, and Pan Yi. The first few people had joined the battle rather late, while the last few had strong physical bodies. In addition, their own strength was not weak, which was why they had retained their vitality and combat power. "Can you still fight?" Yun Xiao asked. "Humph," he snorted. Zhan Yu snorted sarcastically and ignored him. He and his brother turned into a golden light and flew into the sky. Exterminating the demons on the ground did not consume much of their strength. The referee didn't say a word. He disappeared from the ground with a flash of red light. Qing sighed and said, "We've already come this far. I can't back out. After all, my feelings for this world are much deeper than yours." He held the armillary sphere in his hand, and his figure flickered as he appeared in the sky. "Young Master Yun," Beifeng Nan suddenly said, "have you ever thought about using that yo-yo?" "I did." Yun Xiao shook his head and said, But it's obviously not possible now. The resistance of the demonic chi is extremely strong. Neither your poison nor my green lightning can hurt it. Unless Feini's heavenly phoenix fire has the power of the realm and Li Mongshan's light barrier, they can't weaken the demon's power on a large scale. You're right, sighed Bei Mangnan. With our current strength, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for us to unleash the power of the yo-yos. Yes, Yunxiao nodded and said, after this battle, if you and I can survive, we must find a way to strengthen our strength. If I can fuse a few types of poison and use purple lightning like little Qings, it'll be a fatal move against these demons. Don't worry, Ling Mudi said with a smile. We'll all make it back alive. The few of them laughed bitterly. Although it was bitter, they had no regrets. Even if he's really dead, we'll all die together. It's not a waste of our lives. Feini laughed. Don't be so pessimistic, Yunxiao said with a smile. We have a good chance of winning. Everyone was well aware that even if the demon race only had this much strength, their chances of winning were not high, not to mention that inside the crack, who knew what kind of existence was coveting this battlefield. The few of them did not delay any longer and directly charged into the sky, killing those devils. Lu led more than a dozen demon lords and fought with the 10 people from Mysterious Separation Island. As Li Mongshan had retracted the light barrier, a halo appeared on his arm. It seemed to have condensed into a solid form and attacked the group. With a single strike from this ring of light, a demon lord exploded and died. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 people were killed. Although Li Mongshan's cultivation base was not at the level of creation, he had obtained a rare treasure, the 7 Apertures Exquisite Heart. His combat power was not any weaker than the Misty Rock Lord's. It was also because of the Heart of 7 Apertures that he could gather the power of light on his own, allowing him to control the light at will. Lu Sha was shocked. If this was the Devil Realm, he thought he could fight Li Mongshan. But now, everyone was completely exposed to the heavenly martial realm. They were suppressed by the realm power and could not breathe. They could only watch as they died one by one. "My lord!" A demon lord couldn't hold on any longer and cried out in fear. He was extremely afraid. His intention was clear, which was to retreat. However, before he could reply, Li Mongshan's halo hit the demon lord's head and he exploded on the spot. Li Mongshan chuckled. "We can't retreat. Let's all die." His hands made the gesture of scattering flowers, and countless rings of light flew out, hitting those demon lords. Bang! Bang! The demon lords were instantly killed. Lu Yi was caught off guard and was injured. He couldn't care less and hurriedly turned to escape. However, how could the other 9 experts let him go? They immediately chased after him and killed him. In the blink of an eye, the 20 most elite demons of this wave had all died. Li Mongshan retracted the radiance that filled the sky. His calm expression turned serious. A golden shimmer appeared on his chest, emitting a faint light. A transparent heart could be vaguely seen spinning. The Misty Rock Master said, "Congratulations. Your strength has risen to another level. You've already reached the creation realm, right?" Li Mongshan smiled and said, "I've touched it. However, I don't have the 10 rules. I've only touched it. After this battle, if I can survive, I'll go to Yanwu and try to break through to the Fate realm." "Humph," he snorted. The Misty Rock Master snorted coldly, sneering. "You have the battle prowess of a creation realm expert. Unless another heaven-raising giant demon comes, no one can kill you." "Ha-ha, I hope so," Li Mongshan laughed. A powerful golden light bloomed from his body, and he disappeared in a flash. The next moment, 10 experts from Mysterious Separation Island joined the battle. After the Misty Rock Master recuperated for a while, he also stepped into the battle. However, he no longer formed any illusory light blades. He just casually walked around the battle and punched out with his physical body. Every time he punched, a demon would be blown up. Gong's expression became increasingly unsightly. Of the 2 commanders, Lu was dead, while Z was still fighting with Ling Bai. Initially, Z had the upper hand, but after the demonic chi was sucked dry by the yin-yang chi bottle, the situation gradually reversed, and Z was now at a disadvantage. After losing a peak-level demon lord, the strength of those in the battle ring was limited. Xianxia and the others were killing almost every time they attacked, and a demon died with every strike. Li Mongshan's moves were even more incisive, and his halos were thrown out as if they were free, killing a large number of demons. In front of the demonic mirror, the 4 demon supremacies looked gloomy as they watched the battle gradually lose ground and be swallowed by the experts of the heavenly martial realm. The 4 of them were like wooden sculptures, without a hint of life. The heavy atmosphere made it hard for people to breathe. After a while, the defeat was almost certain. "What should we do?" Ho asked. No one could answer this question. At this moment, there were only 2 groups of forces left in the crack position. One group was guarding the position and could not be deployed. There was only the last batch of manpower left. If they were to throw in 2, then there would be no one left to use. The most important thing was, could they win by investing the last batch of people? The 4 demon supremacies were not confident. They watched as the devils were annihilated one by one, and even Purple was seriously injured by Yunxiao's sneak attack and killed by Ling Bai's purple sword. Yunxiao's plan was simple. He wanted to kill Purple as soon as possible and release Ling Bai's power so that Purple would not consume too much of it. However, Ling Bai was extremely displeased, and he thrust his sword at Yunxiao. "He's crazy." Yunxiao flew into a rage. At this moment, Ling Bai was still acting willfully. In a flash, he turned into a thunderbolt and flew back. "How can I allow you to casually interfere in my matters? There will be no next time." After warning Yunxiao, Ling Bai also floated up and headed toward the battlefield. "Next time, your sister." "Damn it," Yunxiao cursed angrily. "If not for the demonic tribulation, I would have killed you right now. If it wasn't for the fact that your strength was so low and you couldn't win after a long battle, would this young master need to launch a sneak attack? Do you think I like sneak attacks? Bah! This really hurts my dignity." Ling Bai didn't pay any attention to him after cursing him for a while. He felt bored and continued to fight in the battle. Everyone felt an inexplicable joy in their hearts, as if victory was in sight. At this moment, no more demons appeared from the crack, and the demons in the sky were quickly swept away. Wei Qing put away the yin-yang qi bottle, and the only sound left in the sky was the breathing of the people and the killing weapons. It was terrifyingly quiet. The ground was filled with black potholes and cracks. There was no trace of a city at all. Has it ended? Did you win? These 2 questions lingered in everyone's mind. Yunxiao raised his head and looked at the crack, his pupils constricting. Ling Mudi said coldly, "I don't know if it's over or not, but the demons must be bitterly disappointed by the killing. This battle is not any weaker than the ones from 100,000 years ago. I'm afraid there are a few demon venerables behind the crack. Otherwise, it's impossible to mobilize so many demons with the power of one demon venerable. Are you bitterly disappointed, Xinjin?" Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a cold gleam as he gritted his teeth and said, "If not for the fact that I'm exhausted, I really want to rush into the crack and kill these bastards." Everyone took out all kinds of pills and swallowed them, trying to buy time to recover their energy. The battle had also made Yunxiao realize the importance of alchemists. If he could develop an armor that could resist devil qi, a weapon that could attack demons, and a large number of medicinal pills that could quickly restore one's primordial qi, the casualties in this battle would be reduced by more than half. In front of the magic mirror, Flame couldn't help but become agitated. He roared, "What's going on now? Who's going to say something? Ho, you were the one who gathered everyone here. Now, tell me, what should we do?" In my opinion, we should retreat." Ho Chang sighed. "What? You want to retreat at a time like this?" Yanjin angrily said. "At least 4,000 elite demons died on this killing field, and you want to retreat now. What do you think?" Ho Dao asked. "How would I know?" Yen said angrily. "Didn't I ask you a question?" Ji also sighed and shook her head. "I no longer have the strength to advance. I have to retreat eventually." "What? Even you think we should retreat?" Yen angrily rebuked. He turned to Gong and said, "What's your opinion?" Gong rolled his eyes at him. You don't have any objections, but you don't agree with others. What are you trying to do? Then you agree to withdraw. Yen was stunned. We've already fought to this point. Don't say that we don't have the power to take down this city. Even if they managed to take it down, they would not have the strength to defend it. If we want to defend the city, we have to defend this chasm as well. Otherwise, our escape route will be cut off and we'll die. That's right, to guard these two positions, we need at least 2,000 elite MO. At this moment, we only have 2,000 men left. Even if we take down the city without losing a single soldier, it'll be just right. Yan's face darkened as he said, "So you three agree to run away with your tails between your legs?" "A loss is a loss," Gong said angrily. "Don't forget that you're also one of them. Why do you have to smear shit on your face and embarrass yourself?" Yen Nu snorted and did not say anything else. Although the battle was brutal and we suffered great losses, it was not completely ineffective, she said. The casualties of the realm of heavenly martial arts couldn't be ignored. We'll open the crack here and constantly dispatch low-level demons to release them from the crack, allowing them to gradually demonize the external environment. Demonize? I have the yin and yang air bottle. Once I suck it in, I'll lose everything. Yen was extremely displeased, and he could not help but open his mouth and roar twice. Ho said, "Ji's method is not bad. It's impossible for a person with a yin-yang chi bottle to guard this place for a long time." There was also a more important function of releasing the monsters, which was to attack the crack and cause it to constantly change. I believe that in the near future, the four of us will be able to descend there in our true bodies. At that time, no rascal will be able to escape death. That's the only thing we can do now, Gong Tan said. After the four reached an agreement, they immediately withdrew their demonic power, only to feel that their bodies were empty, as if they had been dug out. With a wave of his hand, the green land dragon ring returned to his hand and disappeared in a flash on his arm. The crack in front of him began to show signs of shrinking, and its bright color turned dark. There was a faint pressure. In the sky above the Red Moon City, Ling Mu Di stared at the crack for a while and suddenly said, "The Devil Clan has retreated." He retreated? Everyone's heart trembled as they looked up at the sky with complicated expressions. They didn't know what they were feeling. Suddenly, the crack moved like a human's wound, and a large amount of demonic chi began to pour out. Yun Xiao and the others watched the demonic aura pour out. It was not very strong, and when it fell on the ground, it flowed like water. As if they didn't care about it, everyone didn't feel anything at all about the demonic chi. There were also many low-level demons mixed in the demonic chi, which flowed down with the demonic chi and flew everywhere. Fei and I waved her hand and a wave of flames shot out, burning all the demons to death. She asked suspiciously, "The high-level demons are all dead, and they're sending these low-level things to fight?" "No." Ling Mu Di shook his head. "The high-level demons should have left already. These demons were either the remnants that had escaped on their own, or they were some conspiracies left behind by the demons after they left. They kept releasing demons in order to disturb the surrounding environment in the long run. It can be considered a helpless move, but it also shows their determination to never give up the invasion." "What should we do then?" Yun Xiao said in a deep voice. "Such a big crack can't be sealed even if we seal it. We can't just let him open it." "Let's follow our previous plan," Ling Mu Di said. "We'll build a moving fortress and monitor these cracks." "But we have suffered too many casualties in this battle," Yun Xiao said sadly. "Half of the elites of the Heavenly Martial Union and Mysterious Separation Island have died on the battlefield. Even if we can build a moving fortress, I'm afraid we won't have enough manpower." "Your worry is not without reason," Ling Mu Di said. "But don't forget, this is about the war between the two realms, and in the realm of heavenly martial arts, we humans are not the only ones." Yun Xiao was taken aback. "But the human race is the most powerful race in the world. The demon race is not as powerful as before, and all the high-level officials in the four seas have been slaughtered. It is very chaotic now. Don't forget about the four seas and the abyss," said Ling Mu Di indifferently. "Don't forget about the land and the aristocratic families living in seclusion overseas. In this world, The power is far more complex and powerful than what we see on the surface. Also, don't forget the coordinates that Bai Shu Yui gave you. A true dragon. Yunxiao's heart stirred. A true dragon. Lingmu Di nodded. Although I don't know about time and space, I can foresee that a new generation of true dragons will be born soon. When that happens, there will be one more world king. The whole situation will be different. Yunxiao was not the only one who felt excited when he heard those words. Everyone present felt their breath lift. Lord Mu Di is right, Li Mongshan said. In Mysterious Separation Island, many experts were still unconscious, but they were gradually waking up. Lord Island Master's strength is also profound and unfathomable. Yunxiao's spirits were lifted as well. Since that's the case, then there's no time to waste. Let's go back to Yanwu and discuss the construction of the mobile fortress. In addition, I have some intentions in mind. He thought of the Mu family's Heavenspan Island, which was a huge golem. If he could build a dozen of such giant islands, it would be of great significance for the heavenly martial realm to guard the crack. What about this place? Fanny asked. Are we just going to let them be? Everyone is either injured or dead, Li Mongshan said. Let's guard this place for a while. He pointed at the other 9 people. Those 9 people immediately cried out for injustice and refused to do it. We're also looking forward to going to Yanwu to comprehend the rules. That's right, it wasn't easy to get out of Mysterious Separation Island. The conditions here are even worse than Mysterious Separation Island. Who would want to stay here? Are we not injured? Where did the blood on my face come from? Li Mongshan's face darkened and he shouted, If you don't want to work, then go back to Xianli Island and serve Yi Qingyu. Whoever talks to me again will get lost immediately. Li Mongshan was furious. With a shout, the 9 people's expressions changed and they no longer said a word. In fact, they were used to fighting, and they had joined the war later and had not experienced the painful environment before, so they looked much more relaxed. The others couldn't relax and some even felt like crying. You've just come out of Mysterious Separation Island, Yunxiao said. You should go to Yanwu to study the rules of 10 sides. It's just that we're short on manpower right now, so I'll have to trouble you to help us out for the time being. I'll immediately send people to pick you up when the manpower is transferred. Li Mongshan quickly cupped his fists and said, That's what I should do. Alliance Master Yun, don't listen to their nonsense. They don't know what's good for them. I'll make them stay here forever. The 9 of them looked like they were about to cry, but they still looked honest. Then, Yunxiao and the others waved their hands and left in desolation, leaving only 10 bleak figures in the sky, in a deep pool in the demonic realm. With a bang, the water in the pond exploded again. This time it was even more violent than before. All the water vapor evaporated in an instant and turned into nothing. Dijia rushed up with a gloomy face and landed on a mountain peak. He looked at the deep pool coldly, his face extremely ugly. Who is it? Dijia shouted and looked into the void, as if he had noticed someone. Hee. My lord, how have you been? A white figure slowly appeared from the void, with a smile on his mouth, looking at Dijia quietly. This person's eyes were light blue, like a pool of blue water, so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. Who are you? Dijia shouted in a deep voice. I don't think I know you. The figure smiled and said, Lord has been sealed for 100,000 years. In addition, your memory is incomplete. It's normal for you to forget me. I'm now considered half a demon. You can call me Hu. Who? Half a demon. So you weren't a demon before? Dijia asked. It's been too long. I've forgotten about it, Hu said with a smile. It's good that you've forgotten, Dijia snorted coldly. Otherwise, you'll be too tired if your memory is too good. What? Dijia pointed at the pool and said coldly, You took what I left here? Hu chuckled and lightly knocked his head with a finger. LT's been too long. I've really forgotten. You forgot? Looks like I'll have to let you remember properly. Dijia's face turned cold. He rose from the top of the mountain and grabbed at the void with his 5 fingers. The Agama bone cleaver was slowly pulled out, exuding boundless demonic will. Hu looked at the blade with a look of desire. He licked his lips and smiled. The Six Paths demonic weapon. I can't believe it's still in your hands after 100,000 years. It's truly a weapon that's loyal to its subjects. Oh, it looks like you are very interested in this MO weapon. Dijia raised the knife and admired it for a while. Suddenly, without saying a word, he teleported in front of Hu and suddenly chopped down. Hut's hand was empty, but he raised his hand to grab the MO weapon. Savage! Dijia was furious. For thousands of years, no one had ever dared to catch a demonic weapon empty-handed. It was simply incredible and unheard of. Are you a madman and an idiot? Swish! The Agon bone cleaver fell and directly cut off Hu's entire arm. Ha ha ha! Good blade. It's really a good blade. Not only was Hu not in pain, but he also laughed even more excitedly. He stuck out his red tongue and licked his lips as he stared at the blade. Since you like it so much, I'll use this blade to send you to the west. Dijia's blade flashed and slashed horizontally, directly cutting Hu's head. Hut's face revealed a strange and sinister smile. He gently stepped back and formed a seal with one hand. The Dahan saber fell and cut through Hut's body. Suddenly, an array pattern appeared on Hu's body at the mouth of the saber. The array pattern rotated and gathered on the saber. This formation of mist. Dijia suddenly trembled and cried out, "Who the hell are you?" He suddenly pulled out his saber and wanted to retreat. But it was too late. Hu's only remaining arm grabbed over. With a bang, his 5 fingers were like claws, and he pinched Dijia's shoulder, not letting him go. Dijia was extremely anxious. He hurriedly chanted a spell and transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. The giant spirit of the true devil appeared behind him and formed a seal with 6 arms. Hu's face was filled with a sinister smile as he mumbled something. Behind him, a giant spirit also slowly condensed. It also had 3 heads and 6 arms. No, it's impossible. Dijia looked at the Dharma, and inexplicably fear welled up in his heart. He seemed to have lost his mind in an instant. Nothing is impossible in this world. Hu looked at him coldly. True Fiend Dharma and True Fiend Dharma Body were born with the 6 Paths demonic weapon. It's not something that only you can have. I can have it too. The Dharmakaya behind Hu formed a hand seal and charged forward. The 2 giant spirits fought in the sky, and beams of demonic light scattered in all directions, shaking the world. The battle between the 2 seemed to be on par, but Dijia was anxious. This was because he knew that Hut's strength was above his. They seemed to be on par at the moment because Hu had put a lot of effort into the Agama bone cleaver. The Agama bone cleaver seemed to have been enchanted as it continued to penetrate deeper into the man's body. Dijia's heart could not help but turn cold, as if he had fallen into an abyss. He could clearly feel that his control over the Agama was getting weaker and weaker. "Ha-ha! It seems like the rumors are true." Hu laughed wildly, his eyes becoming even more blue because of his excitement. It's rumored that the 6 Paths demonic weapon is an item without a spirit. One must sacrifice their own body to the weapon and turn themselves into the weapon spirit of the demonic weapon. Only then can one communicate with the demonic weapon and become its owner. Oh no, I was wrong. It should be the slave of the MO weapon. Hu proudly laughed and said, "Because the heavenly saint tool represents the highest law of the world, and it itself is formed from the law, so the heavenly saint tool can't be controlled by the spirit of the world. Only by sacrificing one's body to the tool, becoming the tool spirit, can one truly control and display the greatest power of the heavenly saint tool. Am I right? The king of the western regions, Bei Jinghong," whose eyes were actually looking into the distance as he spoke. Dijia was slightly surprised. Everything Hu said was true, which made him feel extremely uneasy. This kind of uneasiness had never been felt before, not even when he was sealed by the experts of the heavenly martial realm. As long as he had the ascended tier equipment, he would not die. This was because he was the weapon spirit of a heavenly saint weapon. Once he died, the 6 Paths demonic weapon would open the entrance to the demonic realm in the realm of heavenly martial arts, allowing the 2 realms to merge. Therefore, the experts of the realm of heavenly martial arts couldn't do anything to him, and could only suppress him separately. But now he suddenly felt the threat of death. This was the devil realm, and if he died in the devil realm, the devil weapons would not react. The person in front of him not only had the power to kill him, but also the skill to subdue the demon soldiers. The array around the Agama bone cleaver was a sacrificial array. Hu Zhang had turned himself into the weapon spirit of the Agama bone cleaver by casting an array and thus seized the Agama bone cleaver. In the sky not far away, Bei Jinghong's figure appeared under the slight ripples. His eyes were also filled with panic. He looked at Hu with extreme fear. You Xianxia, you are Xianxia. Hee. It's still my old friend who hasn't forgotten me. Hu grinned. Bei Jinghong vigilantly took out the golden wheel of the magical tree and protected himself. He gritted his teeth and said, It's you, the Lord of the Earth, Shuakuan. What? Dijia's body trembled. He looked at the person in front of him and seemed to remember something. 100,000 years ago, during the war between the two realms, he was one of the 4 realm kings of the heavenly martial realm, the Lord of the Earth realm. Dijia gritted his teeth. How did you come to the devil world? And you demonized yourself, he said. It's a long story, Hu said with a smile. A look of reminiscence flashed across his face, and he said, But I'm too excited right now. I'm not in the mood to talk about the past. Demon Lord, you're one of the top existences in history, but now you're about to be annihilated. What do you think? Thoughts, your sister. If you want to kill me, you'll have to wait for your next life. Dijia roared and poured all his demonic power into the Agama. At the same time, his 4 arms behind him made hand seals, trying to summon more demonic soldiers. With your current strength, you can't summon a second demonic weapon. I can only digest one for now, so don't waste your time. Shuakuan smiled faintly. His light blue eyes flashed, and Dijia's entire body was covered in blue light. The demonic chi that he had condensed was constantly dissipating. Netherworld fire. Dijia's heart trembled and he cried out, You're already a member of the demon race. How can you still use the realm power of the heavenly martial realm? Bei Jinghong was also shocked. He made a prompt decision and took out the golden wheel of the magic tree, which turned into a few acres large and flew out. Bang! An extremely powerful force struck the golden wheel and sent it flying. Bei Jinghong looked around in panic. Who is it? He shouted. His divine sense didn't detect anyone, but his sense of smell allowed him to smell a faint fragrance. To his surprise, he discovered that there was a woman standing about 300 feet in front of him with a cold expression and a sinister smile on her face. Bei Jinghong's face was twisted and his body couldn't help but tremble. The woman just stood there quietly, but he couldn't sense her at all. This proved that her strength was far above his. Bei Jinghong spat out 2 words with difficulty. He gritted his teeth and said, Demon Lord, the sovereign of the Kuan tribe, Yuan. The woman nodded. Could be considered a self-introduction, and it seemed very polite. However, Yuan's eyes were filled with disdain and indifference, as if she was looking at a dead man. Shuakuan, Bei Jinghong said angrily, You were once the leader of the heavenly martial arts realm, but now you're willing to fall and become a demon. You even colluded with the demon lord of the demon race. Ha ha ha. Shuakuan laughed wildly. Bei Jinghong, there's one good thing about the devil world. The people here are relatively straightforward. There are very few people like you who don't mean what they say. If you're so righteous, then what's your purpose in coming to this deep pool? Also, I've met the master of the Divine Realm tablet, but he doesn't seem to be able to control the tablet. It should be because of your selfishness that you refused to tell him the truth about the artifact spirit, right? Humph! Bei Jinghong's face turned green and white. He knew that it would be difficult to make fun of him again. He snorted coldly, turned around, and turned into a light to escape. What a headache! Are all the people in the realm of heavenly martial arts as brainless as you? Yuan smacked her head as if she had a slight headache and said, Your strength is only at the void tier in the realm of heavenly martial arts, not to mention that you're suppressed by the realm power of the demon realm. How stupid are you to think of escaping from a demon commander? Lady Yuan, don't talk nonsense. Quickly kill this man, Shuakuan said. The tree's golden wheel in his hand is a good thing. Yuan nodded and disappeared. Bei Jinghong had just run a few thousand feet when he felt a huge pressure falling from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying aura of death. Damn it! Bei Jinghong roared in anger. The golden wheel of the magical tree spun in his hand and transformed into a world. Yuan's figure appeared in the sky. She held a long spear in one hand, and her red tassels fluttered in front of the spear as she struck down. Bang! The tip of the long spear pierced into the heavens and earth. The golden wheel of the magic tree trembled violently, but it was still unable to stop the long spear. Bei Jinghong's expression changed drastically. He knew that this was the difference in strength between the two. As for the suppression of the realm power of the demon world, it was not much of a problem for him. After all, he had lived with the demon master for 100,000 years in the 33 heavens. He had also absorbed a large amount of demonic chi and cultivated demonic techniques, so he had a certain resistance to the realm power. However, at this moment, no matter how little the pressure was, it was still a huge burden. Boom! The enchantment of the magic tree's golden will shattered. Bei Jinghong spat out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly used the golden wheel as a hidden weapon and shot it out. He then turned into a light and escaped. Yuan smiled faintly, and her graceful figure flashed as she grabbed the magic tree golden wheel in her hand. At the same time, she fiercely shot her long spear over. The time in front of him seemed to have stopped. Bei Jinghong's figure was strangely stagnant. Anna was directly penetrating a dytne spear. Blood spurted into the sky. Bei Jinghong spat out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes ferocious. It was hard to tell if that complicated gaze was filled with hatred, regret, reminiscence, or even unwillingness. But no matter what it was, he no longer had the life to maintain that emotion. His body was nailed to the ground by the spear, blood flowing down, and he died quietly. With a wave of Yuan's hand, the long spear flew back and disappeared in a flash. Bei Jinghong's body fell to the ground. Soon, a large number of low-level demon creatures came over to corrode it. Dijia's heart suddenly sank. He squinted and saw that Yuan had finished the battle and was playing with the golden wheel of the magic tree not far away. The true fiend Dharma body also began to fall into a disadvantageous position. Its power was completely suppressed by the underworld fire, and its whole body was burning. His devil essence and even his will started to collapse. The Agama bone cleaver had completely lost control and was beginning to be refined by Zhuokuan. After a while, Dijia was in a trance, and his vitality was constantly flowing away. Far away in the heavenly martial realm, Yunxiao was on his way back to Yanwu when he was suddenly shocked, and an inexplicable feeling spread in his heart. The feeling was unusually real, as if something had been extracted from his body. What's going on? He was shocked, and at the same time he felt that Dijia's life was weak. Dijia Baiyan, Six Paths demonic weapon. Baiyan Yunxiao's eyes were filled with shock. What the hell is going on? Lingmu Di and the others had noticed that something was wrong with him. They came forward and asked with concern, "Young Master Yun, what's wrong?" Yunxiao was silent for a moment. Then a sad look appeared on his face as he said, "I suddenly felt that Dijia was dead." Dijia? A devil lord. The rest of the people were slightly shocked. Feini laughed and said, "Isn't it better to die?" With a wry smile, Yunxiao shook his head, then nodded and said, "Maybe. However, I still had a great affinity with him. Along the way, we were both friends and enemies, so I'm still a little sad about his death." "You shouldn't be sad," said Lingmu Di. "Too many people have died this time. The death of each of them, to you, to me, to the entire realm of heavenly martial arts, is far greater than the death of Dijia." Only then did Yunxiao's face turn serious. He nodded and said, "You are right, Lord Mudi." Lingmu Di said, "But Dijia was the Devil Master's avatar after all. It's hard to imagine how he died. Maybe the devil world is also changing unexpectedly. Let's just go with the flow." Yunxiao nodded and did not say anything else. However, his heart was filled with great confusion about Dijia's death. Xiao Hong, who lived overseas, was just as confused as he was. She was also extremely shocked. Jingqi couldn't help frowning. Heavenly Venerable, you're feeling uneasy again. Did Li Yunxiao use his demonic weapon again? I can't cultivate anymore. Xiaohong shook her head. I have to go to the heavenly martial continent. Li Yunxiao. Jingqi's face darkened. Are you going to find Li Yunxiao? Xiaohong's face turned cold as she stared at him and said, What does it have to do with you, who I'm looking for? If you don't like it, then get lost. She wasn't polite at all. After she shouted, she turned into a beam of light and left, completely ignoring Jingqi. Jingqi's face turned as red as a zombie, full of hatred and anger. But then he stomped his foot, and a golden coffin flew up. He landed on the coffin and chased after Xiaohong. A few hours later, Yunxiao and the others finally came out of the passage and returned to Yanwu. However, as soon as they appeared in the heavenly martial realm, everyone's faces changed drastically. They saw a monstrous demonic energy gathering above Yanwu, and like a storm coming, the demonic energy was like clouds, pressing down. How could this be? Could it be that a crack also appeared here? Beifeng Nen said in shock, full of vigilance. Everyone was on guard and looked around. The defensive array of Yanwu was activated to its maximum, and a faint golden light spread out from the city. The light looked faint, but it was actually hiding an extremely powerful killing move. The experts in the city hovered in the air, watching quietly, as if waiting for the moment the demonic chi fell. In the Alchemy Academy, Ding Ling-er's face was pale with worry. At this moment, the city was almost empty and the remaining experts were all below the Supreme Tao stage. If the devil were to attack, they could only rely on the city's Great Formation to defend. However, she had no idea how long the Great Formation could last. Since we're here, let's just take things as they are. Tenzhou Zi consoled her. This formation is a mixture of dozens of different formations and can be considered the strongest formation in the world. If it really doesn't work, we can also send the unfinished 12 men of gold to resist for a while. I'm not afraid of the city being destroyed, nor am I afraid of death. Ding Ling-er nodded and said, What I'm afraid of is that the foundation that Big Brother Yunxiao has built with great efforts will be destroyed. I won't be able to explain it to him when he returns. Yuan Gaohan furrowed his brows. I really don't understand what's so good about him. He's full of flaws, but he can still trick girls into following him without any complaints. Ding Ling-er smiled faintly, but it was a bitter smile. Yunxiao's figure appeared in her mind, and she did not know if she would ever see him again in this life. The demonic chi is massive, but we haven't seen any demons, said Tenzatzi. LT might not be as bad as we think. If it's just the invasion of demonic chi, then it's completely fine. I hope so, Ding Ling-er sighed. That being said, no one knew that the monstrous demonic energy would not appear for no reason. There must be a crack around, or there was a plot against Yanwu. In the air, Yunxiao stared at the demonic aura, his eyes turning into different colors. After staring at it for a while, his face grew uglier. Shit! This isn't an invasion of the demon race. This dense demonic chi is the result of the demon Lord Piyu's seal finally loosening, Yunxiao said in shock. Then, he suddenly had an idea and said, Pui must have felt Dijia's death. That's why he broke the seal in anger. Aren't they sworn enemies? Lingmu Di asked curiously. Why are you angry? No. Yunxiao shook his head and said, The relationship between the emperor and the general is extremely subtle. They are of the same origin. Now it's not only the death of Dijia, but also the loss of Agon's bone cleaver. It must have infuriated the demon lord. Can we stop Mopu's rage with our current strength? Feini asked in shock. Yunxiao immediately said, I don't know. However, with the city's defensive formation and US, we should be able to do it. After all, we didn't kill Dijia. If Piyuzhen wanted to investigate, he would have to go back to the Devil Realm. Let's return to the city first. After saying that, they hurriedly flew down. Yunxiao saw Ding Ling-er in the Alchemy Academy at first glance and said anxiously, Ling-er, quickly open the city's great array and let us in. When Ding Ling-er saw this, She trembled and couldn't help but be overjoyed. She even sobbed softly. Quickly open the formation light and let Big Brother Yunxiao and the rest in. Ding Ling hurriedly passed down the order. Because she was too anxious, she seemed a little flustered. You can't. Yuan Gaohan suddenly stopped her and said in a deep voice, Why did Yunxiao and the others suddenly come back at this juncture? I suspect there's a trap. Moreover, these people are most likely demons to deceive us. Once we open the gate, we'll be in danger. Ding Ling was stunned for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, But what if it really is Big Brother Yunxiao and the others? You have to be rational, Yuan Gaohan said. How can Yunxiao come back at this time? Ding Ling raised her head and stared at the sky for a while, then said firmly, I believe that's the real Big Brother Yunxiao. Why? Yuan Gaohan frowned. Intuition, Ding Ling said firmly. Intuition? Haha. Don't you think it's ridiculous to rely on your intuition when we're facing a great enemy? Yuan Gaohan couldn't help but scold angrily. It's not funny at all. You don't even have intuition, Ding Ling said lightly. How can you tell that it's not true? Since I can't be sure, I'll deal with it with the real thing. We can't determine whether it's real or fake, so shouldn't we deal with it with a fake one? Yuan Gaohan's face changed slightly. That's because you care about Yenwu's safety? Ding Ling said with a smile. I care about Big Brother Yunxiao's safety. As for Yenwu, without Big Brother Yunxiao, I don't care if it lives or dies. I order you to open the city's great array. Ding Ling shouted in a deep voice, and the order was sent far away. Yuan Gaohan was anxious and wanted to stop him, but he was pulled back by Tian Zhaozi, who shook his head at him. In the sky, Yunxiao suddenly cried out, Yuan Gaohan, you idiot. You actually said this young master is fake. I haven't told anyone about you sneaking around at the foot of Mount Inch every day in my Divine Realm tablet. Eft. Yuan Gaohan spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and roared, Damn it! You're slandering me. Humph. You know very well whether I'm slandering you or not. Yunxiao said coldly, staring at him with a mocking look. Yuan Gaohan only felt a great injustice covering his head, and the gazes of the people around him became strange, seemingly with inexplicable ridicule. Even Amaterasu was startled. Master, there's no such thing. Li Yunxiao is slandering me, Yuan Gaohan said in a trembling voice. Tens Ho quickly coughed and interrupted. All right. I naturally believe that he's slandering you. But this man is most likely Li Yunxiao, and he is the only one who would be so ridiculous. Yuan Gaohan was no longer in the mood to care about whether Yunxiao was real or not. He only felt that the way the people around him looked at him had changed, and his heart kept sinking. His hands and feet were cold. Cough, cough, Lord Yuan Gaohan. There's no need to be so depressed. We're all men, we can understand. Mu Zhuang coughed and said seriously, Everyone, do you understand? Yes, I can understand. We're all men, All the alchemists around him agreed, as if it was all right. There was no need to be afraid, and they all understood. Eft. Yuan Gaohan once again spat out a mouthful of blood and fell back on the spot, heavily falling to the ground. His mind was still somewhat clear, and he could hear all kinds of sounds. As expected, he's over-injured. He fell just like that. There's an ancient saying, a small Kuan is happy, a big Kuan hurts the body, and a strong Kuan is annihilated. The people of the ancient times cannot be bullied. Alas, I can't believe that even a master alchemist of a generation can't escape this cliché. Nonsense. Lord Yuan Gaohan is also a man, unless you're castrated. Yuan Gaohan, who was lying on the ground, felt his vision go black, and he could no longer hear anything. He immediately fainted. Soon, the city's defender array was opened. Yunxiao and the others got off in a single file and flew into the academy. What's wrong with Lord Yuan Gaohan? Yunxiao asked in surprise with an innocent look on his face. Ding Ling couldn't help but laugh. She covered her mouth and said, Because you exposed His Excellency's shortcomings, he fainted from anger. Yunxiao shook his head and sighed. His mental strength is weak. Let's not talk about it. Tian Zhaozi looked at the heavily injured men and could not help but be shocked. Where's the others? The expressions of the few of them immediately dimmed. Except for some seriously injured comrades who are still in the Divine Realm tablet, Yunxiao said in a deep voice. The rest of my comrades have all died in battle. The whole Alchemy Academy fell into an unusual silence. A heavy and indignant atmosphere spread in the courtyard. Everyone felt an unusual pressure on their chest, making it hard for them to breathe. Where are Sister Hongyan and Sister Yunxiang? Ding Ling covered her mouth and asked in surprise. They are only injured, Yunxiao said. They are recuperating in the Divine Realm tablet. He then took out the Divine Realm tablet and said, There are about 30 injured. Thank you for taking care of them, Master Amaterasu. Everyone's heart trembled. This number was even less than they had expected. Almost all the Supreme Dao experts in Yanwu had gone to the battle, more than 400 of them, but less than 1/10 of them had returned. Gulp! Amaterasu also felt his throat go dry. He knew that this was not the time to grieve, so he immediately said in a deep voice, Young Master Yun, don't worry. Leave these people to me. As long as they're not dead, they won't die. He immediately ordered his subordinates to bring the wounded away to the secret chamber to recuperate. My lords, Yunxiao said, I have some thoughts I would like to discuss with you. Let's talk about it later, Amaterasu said. With the demonic chi filling the sky, I'm afraid a war is about to start. No, Yunxiao shook his head. This demonic aura is not an invasion of the devil race. It's MOPU who is about to break free. What? Everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Tenzatzi quickly said, Then what should we do? It's only a matter of time before the Fiend Lord breaks free, Yunxiao said. We can't stop him. We can only take one step at a time and wait for MOPU to come out completely. Right now, only the demonic chi in his body is being released. I don't know how long it will take for him to completely condense his true body. Are we just going to let him go? Tenzho frowned. I can't even take care of myself, Yunxiao said with a wry smile. What can I do? Compared to the invading demons, I feel that the danger is much smaller. Young Master Yun, you're not wrong, Tenzatzi said. If it's just a demon lord who's been sealed for 100,000 years, the harm might not be as great as we think. Let's be on guard and wait for MOPU to appear before we talk to him. Yunxiao nodded and said to the Mist Rock Lord and the others behind him, You guys should go rest first. There might be a big battle later. The Misty Rock Master and the others didn't stand on ceremony, and Ding Ling hurriedly sent people to bring them into seclusion. It was only then that Yunxiao began to talk to Tenzatzi and the other alchemists, telling them in detail about the mobile fortress, the weapons, and the armor. Tenzho Zi's eyes brightened, but then dimmed again. It's not difficult to make a battle weapon or armor. The difficult part is how to restrain and defend against the demonic chi. The structure of Tongtian Island is extremely complicated, and it can't be built in a short time, Mu Zhuang said. The MU clan has only had this one Heavenspan island for countless years. I know it's difficult, Yunxiao said with a wry smile, but you don't have to strike me down like this. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. As for the battle weapons and armors, there's one person or one item that can help. Under Tian Zhaozi's curious gaze, the Divine Realm tablet flashed and a figure staggered out. There were thin golden stripes on his limbs and neck, which were the Divine Realm tablet's chain of laws. Many people seemed to recognize the person in front of them and exclaimed, Bo Yuqing? Bo Yuqing looked around and his expression changed slightly. He said in a deep voice, Where is this place? What do you want to do? Yunxiao took out another item and handed it to Tenzatzi. This is the demonic essence lock passed down from Chu Shengfeng's bloodline. It can lock up demonic essence power, but it was destroyed in the previous battle. This person is Chu Shengfeng's disciple, so he must know something. Tian Zhaozi was overjoyed. He held the demonic essence lock in his palm and looked at it carefully. With this as a reference and Bo Yuqing's help, we should be able to research the corresponding armor very soon. Yes. Yunxiao nodded and said, I'll leave this Bo Yuqing to you. You must not break the seal on him. If there's a situation, I'd rather kill him than let him escape. Bo Yuqing's expression changed slightly and he gritted his teeth. I don't know anything about this devil essence lock. So, you're saying that Brother Yuqing is of no value? Yun Xiao laughed. If this man is of no value, he said to Amaterasu, gather a group of alchemists and form a formation to search his soul. Extract every piece of memory. Bo Yuqing's face instantly turned ashen as he roared, Li Yun Xiao, you bastard! His face instantly changed shape under the roar. It became extremely ferocious, and demonic patterns covered his body. Yun Xiao chuckled. Don't be angry, Brother Yuqing. I'm studying the method to get rid of demonization. If I make some achievements and you're not dead yet, you'll be the first one to use it. I've observed the structure of Heavenspan Island, Mu Xing suddenly said. It'll take a lot of time and effort to complete it, but it can be simplified if it's only used to monitor the rift and use it in battle. I'll create a few models as soon as possible and start mass production in the shortest time possible. Without waiting for Mu Zhuang to speak, Mu Xing immediately ordered, tell all the members of the MU clan to come to Yanwu and bring Heavenspan Island as well. Mu Zhuang was stunned for a moment and smiled bitterly. Since the old ancestor had spoken, he could not object even if he wanted to. Moreover, the current situation was indeed extremely urgent. The MU family also had the responsibility to take responsibility in this crisis. All right, I'll do it now, he immediately replied. Everyone got busy. Ding Linger said, Big Brother Yun Xiao, you're tired too. Have a good rest. If the demon master comes, I'll call you immediately. It was only then that Yun Xiao looked at his body and found that his injuries had all healed. But the energy he had consumed would not recover in a short time. He was not in the mood to rest. Instead, he was thinking about the matter of the magic puppet. He did not know how big of a mess it would cause. While he was thinking, the demonic chi in the sky suddenly boiled and gradually condensed into the face of Mopu. It was as light as smoke, staring at the city. The martial artists in the city were all shocked and began to panic. Yun Xiao was also taken aback. He flew into the sky and stood under the city's defensive array, facing Mopu's face. Mopu's eyes fell on him, and suddenly burst into a fierce look, shouting, Li Yun Xiao! Lord Pu, Yun Xiao said coldly. How have you been? City Lord. It's the City Lord. When the warriors saw Yun Xiao, they cried out in alarm, and the panic in the atmosphere was swept away. Pu Yingzhou stared at him and said, Dijia is dead. Don't you know? Yun Xiao nodded. I can sense it too, but I can't confirm it. It seems to be true. Wasn't Master Pu at odds with the Emperor? Why do you look so angry? Humph. Mopu snorted angrily and said, I don't care if Dijia dies or not. He's just an avatar of the Emperor. But the key is that he lost the Six Paths demonic weapon. Do you understand the meaning behind it? I don't understand. Yun Xiao shook his head and said, I don't quite understand. Trash. I knew you didn't understand anything. Mopu cursed in exasperation. Do you know how to obtain a Six Paths MO weapon? Yun Xiao was taken aback. He pondered for a moment and said, I've never thought about that. From what I remember, anyone who has the Emperor's demonic essence and can absorb the inheritances within can use the Six Paths demonic weapon. Humph, shallow. I don't mind telling you, Mopu said coldly. The reason why my fiend clone can move the Six Paths demonic weapons is because we are the spirits of the demonic weapons. The Six Paths demonic weapon was a heavenly saint weapon of the demonic world. It could not be refined, and could only be used by sacrificing one's own body and turning into the weapon spirit. This was originally a big secret in the demon world, but there's nothing to keep it a secret now, because I just found out that the Agama bone cleaver has been lost. Yun Xiao's heart jolted. With a thought, a large amount of information immediately poured into his mind. While he was shocked by the loss of Agon's bone cleaver, he immediately thought of the Divine Realm tablet. There seemed to be a connection between them. Mopu continued, the refining method of the Six Paths demonic weapon is very strange. It is a very strict divine art. Speaking of which, the True Fiend Dharma Body and True Fiend Dharma Idol were also one of the magical powers passed down from the sacrificial refining technique. I originally thought that I was the only one in the entire demon world who knew about it, but I didn't expect that someone else would learn it. That person must have lured Dijia to draw out the demonic weapon, and then used the opportunity to refine the Dahan. Yunxiao nodded. Your analysis is reasonable, my lord. But, since the demonic weapon has been lost, there is nothing we can do about it. We can't be angry. Childish. I wouldn't be so flustered and exasperated if I only lost my MO weapons. Mopu said angrily. Don't forget that once Dijia dies, my demonic will also be taken by him. If he refines my inheritance and takes out the other 5 MO weapons at the same time, then he will be killed. Yunxiao trembled, and he immediately understood what he meant. Looking at his stunned expression, Mopu sneered. Do you finally understand the severity of the situation? If we don't find this person and kill him soon, the 5 demonic weapons will be lost one after another, and we won't be able to get them back in this lifetime. Even if I kill that man, Yunxiao said thoughtfully, I can't get it back? Unless he summons the 6 paths demonic weapon and I refine them one by one, Mopu replied. If he died without summoning it, the 6 paths demonic weapon would be scattered all over the devil realm, and it would be difficult to find it one by one. In order to collect these 6 treasures, I've spent far more effort than you can imagine. I understand, Yunxiao said. Now that you've said it, I know it very well. If the 6 paths demonic weapon is taken away, it would be a huge loss to me. What's more troublesome is that the 6 demonic weapons have fallen into the hands of another great demon. This is an even greater disaster for the realm of heavenly martial arts. He raised his head and said, We seem to be on the same side now. That's why you have to come and undo my seal immediately and follow me into the devil world, Mopu said coldly. Enter the devil world. Yunxiao was taken aback. He shook his head and said, It's impossible for me to enter the devil realm. You're enough to kill that person. I won't be of much help. I think you're afraid, aren't you? Mopu said sarcastically. Whatever you say, Yunxiao said with a smile. If I follow you into the devil world alone, I'm afraid I'll be eaten by you as a tonic as soon as I enter. At such a critical moment, would I be so reckless? I just want you to help me. Forget about letting me enter the devil world, Yunxiao said. I can let you out of the sealed land. After a moment of silence, Mopu suddenly said, Did you think that you would be suppressed by the realm power after entering the demon realm? Yunxiao frowned. I've never thought about going to the devil realm, so I've never thought about this problem. Don't you think I know how to do it? Haha, what a joke. You have my will and inheritance, and you also have the 6 paths demonic weapon. Even if the demons are suppressed, you won't be. In this case, are you still worried about going to the devil realm with me? With your current cultivation, if I have any other thoughts, you should be able to escape easily. Yunxiao was taken aback. It was true that he had never thought about it, but there was no way he could enter the devil realm at this time, even if the 6 paths demonic weapon had been taken away. There's no need to say anything more. I'll go and release you now, but I won't go to the devil realm with you. After saying that, Yunxiao turned around and gave them a look. They were Lingmu Di, the Misty Rock Lord, and the others. Although they had not recovered yet, they had rushed out as soon as Mopu had appeared. When they looked into Yunxiao's eyes, they understood that he wanted them to accompany him to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. With that, the few of them rose into the air and disappeared from the sky above Yanwu with Yunxiao. Mopu's face also began to fade in the city's great array. The demonic qi that filled the sky dispersed in all directions and gradually disappeared. In the next moment, hundreds of miles away from Yanwu, a shocking demonic light shot up from the ground, shaking the ground so much that everyone within hundreds of miles could feel it. The powerful demonic qi turned into a pillar and shot into the boundless sky. Pu's figure took shape in the sky, staring coldly at Yunxiao and the others. His powerful aura was filled with ruthlessness and killing intent. Yunxiao and the others were secretly on guard as they said coldly, My lord, you've already come out of the seal. You don't want to stay in Yanwu and enjoy the scenery, do you? You really don't want to follow me to the devil world? Piyu asked in a deep voice. Of course, Xianxia said. I'm telling the truth. Piyu's expression was complicated as he snorted and left. The demonic chi that filled the sky also disappeared with his figure. After a long time, they finally heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that General Piyu had left. I didn't expect such a great change to happen in the devil world, Lingmu Di said. I don't know if it's good or bad for us. It's good to lead Mo back to the devil world, Xianxia said. If the Six Paths demonic weapon is really in the hands of someone else, it will be a terrible thing. It's really a blessing in disguise right now. Let's just take it one step at a time. Everyone sighed slightly. The current situation was too chaotic, and no one dared to say that they could control the future. They could only take one step at a time. No matter what happens in the future, it's enough to just be yourself. Lingmu Di also nodded. I'll always remember your teachings, Xianxia said solemnly. I'll do my best until I die. They returned to Yanwu in low spirits. Xianxia asked Lingmu Di to stay behind, and after everyone had left, he took out Feng Yaoli's body from the Divine Realm tablet and placed it in a secret chamber. Unless this body of any use to my lord. Quoto's true form? Lingmu Di was shocked. Xianxia nodded and said, My lord, do you still remember the prison Dharma body above the North Sea? I originally wanted to give the Jew corporeal body to my lord. However, Qiu was the son of a true dragon, and his physical body would probably be very difficult to refine. And this Hodo true form is actually not much weaker than the prison avatar. Lingmu Di's eyes flickered as he looked at the body. No one knew what he was thinking. Xianxia did not urge him, but waited quietly for Lingmu Di's choice. After all, it was a major event that concerned his future cultivation. Once he changed his physical body, it would be difficult to change it again. After a long while, Lingmu Di said, Actually, this Calamity Fiend's true body is the most suitable for me. At least, it's more suitable than my dragon body. Any soul possession would be rejected by the original body, unless it was an extremely special existence like the evil spirit. The stronger the body, the stronger the backlash. If I were to possess Qiu's Dharmakaya, I might not succeed, and I might even lose my life. However, this Hodo true form is different. Xianxia was also a learned and talented man, so he understood what Lingmu Di meant as soon as he heard his words. Feng Yaoli had taken over the body of Huodo's real body, and the will of the physical body had been dispersed and expelled. Now, it's much easier for Lord Mu Di to store it in. Exactly, Lingmu Di said with a smile. All right, Xianxia said. Let's not waste any time. My lord, please use this body quickly. I'll let the evil spirit occupy the prison body. This way, a Dharmakaya master will appear out of thin air. The evil spirit was still residing in the body of one of the 8 monster tribes, the Uglies. Its strength was only at the peak of the martial Tao, so it was very difficult for it to be of any use. If he had a prison Dharmakaya, he would immediately become the top force of the Heavenly Martial Union. That's good, Lingmu Di said. I'm afraid it'll take some time for me to refine this body, so I won't be able to go with you on the matter of subduing the prison avatar. Don't worry, my lord, Xianxia said. The prisoner can't escape. That stupid crocodile is still watching him. Yes. Lingmu Di nodded and said, Before I go into seclusion, I need to help young Master Yun with something. What? Xianxia asked in surprise. What's the matter? Subdue the demon race and integrate them into the Heavenly Martial Union's offensive and defensive system, Lingmu Di said. We can't let them simply enjoy the benefits without contributing. Xianxia fell into deep thought. The battle in Red Moon City was extremely fierce, and he had not seen any demons except Mo. Even though the demon race was on the decline, they should still contribute. I'll have Mo do it, Xianxia said. With his current strength, it's an indisputable fact that he will become the new demon emperor. However, this matter requires Al's consent. If he agrees, things will be much simpler. Al is indeed an influential figure, said Lingmu Di. He's also a sensible man. It would be great if he could join our alchemy academy. It shouldn't be difficult, Xianxia said. It should not be difficult. The two of them immediately headed to the demon clan's territory in the city. Many demons on the way were in awe of them. Ding Ling had ordered that a special area was set aside for the demon race, and no human was allowed to disturb them. Therefore, they didn't see any human warriors on the way. Soon, the news of the two's arrival spread, and Al came out to welcome them. The two alliance masters have the time to come to my demon tribe. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Xianxia and Ling Mudi exchanged a look. Then Xianxia said, MR.AI. The situation is urgent now. We don't have much time, so we won't be polite with you. Let's just state our purpose. Al seemed to have guessed something, and he hurriedly said, There's no need for formalities, please come in. The three of them entered the living room. After Al asked the servants to serve the bejeweled nectar and jade fruits, he waved his hand and dismissed the servants. He said in a serious voice, May I know why the two of you have come? Xianxia went straight to the point. Lord Huang, the demon emperor, has been dead for a long time, and the demon race is now weak. Although you are the leader, you are an alchemist after all. I'm afraid you can't lead them for long. In my opinion, a new demon king should be elected. Al was stunned for a moment and then said, Alliance Masters, do you mean to recommend E as the demon emperor? In fact, even if we didn't say it, I should have been willing to do so, Xianxia said with a smile. I'm sure you're willing to do so. Al nodded and said, I do have such an intention, so I'll get straight to the point. The key point is that the referee is young Master Yun's man. His eyes suddenly turned sharp as he stared at Xianxia. Both Xianxia and Ling Mudi understood Al's meaning. I could accept Richard as a demon emperor, but it could not accept a demon emperor under someone's control. Ha! Xianxia laughed. MR.AI, you're overthinking it. My agreement with Mr. Ku is only to resist the demonic tribulation. I won't bother him with other matters. Al shook his head and said, Unless you can break the contract with Lord Mo, it'll be difficult. Not only does this involve the dignity of the monster emperor, but it also concerns the fate and interests of the entire monster race. I can't take this risk. Although our cooperation with the church has been quite harmonious in recent years, Xianxia said, we are still bound by the contract. If Mo's thoughts were to change, it would not only be a huge loss to the entire Heavenly Martial Alliance, but it would also be a disaster. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Al Hui frowned and did not say a word. The hall fell into silence. The negotiations seemed to have entered a stalemate. Ahem. 2 coughs from Xianxia broke the silence, and he said awkwardly, MR.AI. Now that the demonic tribulation has descended, the world is in chaos. All the races should rise up to resist the demons and unite. At this moment, I would also like to inform MR.AI of the rules of Yenwu. Al's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling and said, What rule? Yenwu is governed by 10 rules, Xianxia said. It is the center of the world's spirit chi and the best place for cultivation. Al nodded slightly. Yenwu's environment was much better than their starry and lunar illusion, and many people had broken through not long after they arrived. If the demon race could stay here for a few decades or even 100 years, they would definitely be able to restore their strength. But Ingluo Yunxiao's next words immediately interrupted Al's sweet dream. The rule of Yenwu is that you either join the Heavenly Martial Alliance or swear to join the demonic war. Otherwise, no one else is allowed to enter. Al was stunned, and his face turned Uzlv. He said angrily, Young Master Yun, aren't you bullying me? You're deliberately forcing us to a dead end. Xianxia looked at him calmly and sighed. MR.AI. The rules of Yenwu are written in black and white, and everyone in the city knows about them. You can go and ask around if I'm lying to you. Young Master Yun, every word you said is true. Ling Mudi nodded. Al's face turned green and he said angrily, LF, that's the case. I'll take the monster race and leave. The world is so big. I don't believe that there's no place for my clan. I'll have to trouble you then. Xianxia nodded and said, We'll leave in a few days. I've already made an exception for everyone for a long time, and many people are already dissatisfied. It's quite difficult for me to be the alliance head, so I can't lose fairness, right? Al sat on the chair gloomily, not knowing whether to leave or not. Then how can I stay? Al asked after taking a few sips of tea. Of course. Xiao raised an eyebrow. Like everyone else, you can stay if you meet the conditions. The demons are weak now, Al said. It'll be a fatal blow if they're sent to the war. Is young Master Yun trying to cut off the bloodline of our monster race? He said this with tears in his eyes, extremely sorrowful. Alas, young Master Yun, look at this by an Lingmu Di side. We'll be fine as long as we leave Yanwu, Xiao said. Won't we? Young Master Yun, it's easy to say, Lingmu Di said. The world is in chaos now, and all the sects can't even protect themselves in time. How can they accept such a big force from the demon race? The illusory realm of stars and moon had been destroyed, and they could not return. Unless we find a place where even the birds don't take a shit, but it must be a place with thin spiritual energy. It'll be impossible for the demon race to recover their strength. Ael's heart skipped a beat when he heard that, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He had thought about it before. If he could not persuade Xiao to stay, he would find a place to rest and recuperate, and he would be able to recover slowly. Now that he had heard Mu Di's explanation, he could not help but consider the problem of spiritual energy. The decline of the demon race was also related to the fact that they had been living in the illusionary realm of stars and moon for so many years. If they could occupy the spiritual mountains and rivers like the human race, they would not be in such a miserable situation today. What can we do? Xiao asked. What can we do? I can't possibly give 55 bonus points to 56 ethnic groups, right? As the Heavenly Martial Alliance's leader, I naturally have to treat everyone equally. Strictly speaking, Mr. Nye is also a member of the demon race, Ling Moody said. If he's participating in the war, it's also considered that the demon race is participating in the war. When Al heard this, he suddenly understood and said loudly in dissatisfaction, Li Yunxiao, I've gone in a big circle, and it turns out that you still want to talk about the demon emperor. You can just say it directly. There's no need to go in such a big circle. Yunxiao sneered. I'll get straight to the point as soon as I get here. But, AI, you don't agree. Do you think I'll agree just because you beat around the bush? Al asked. Yunxiao reached out and made a please gesture as he said, Whatever, I'll get straight to the point. If you don't agree, please get out of here. Yanwu doesn't support freeloaders. You coward. Al Hui stood up in anger, his body trembling violently. AI. Yanwu does have such a rule, Lingmu Di sighed. You can't blame young Master Yun for it. The two of them, one red and one white, made Ael's anger suppressed in her heart, with nowhere to vent. The hall once again fell into an awkward stalemate. Ael's face slowly recovered a little and said slowly, Young Master Yun, you've been a warlock god for a long time. Why are you suddenly asking this? AI. Yunxiao asked. I want to make a bet with young Master Yun, Al said. I want to bet on another alchemy. If I win, the monster race will live in Yanwu for free, and they will never be driven away. In addition, I'll offer the items I refined to Yanwu as the price. If young Master Yun wins, I'll agree to support Yi in becoming the demon emperor of this generation. I wonder if young Master Yun is willing to take the bet. Al Fengrui stared at Yunxiao, his eyes brimming with confidence. Yunxiao frowned slightly. He did not expect Al Hui to make such a request. All these years, he had been running around and his cultivation level had improved greatly. However, he rarely had time to study the art of Dao. With the power left behind by Yenshin, he had rushed to the level of sorcerer god. Although Al had cultivated the warlock god's light, she was not a warlock god after all. The two had their own advantages and disadvantages, and once they competed, it was difficult to predict the outcome. What's wrong, young Master Yun? What are you worried about? The corners of Ael's mouth rose, revealing a faint smile. All right. Yunxiao nodded and said, I promise you. How and when will the competition be? That's right. Ael's eyes lit up. The location will be in Yanwu, 3 months from now. Seeing that Yunxiao was a little suspicious, He quickly said, I need 3 months to gather the materials. All right. Yunxiao nodded. I'll ask Ling to cooperate with you. Thank you, Al Xiao said. We'll have a showdown in Yanwu in 3 months. After the discussion, Yunxiao and Ling Mudi said no more and left together. Back in the mayor's mansion, Ling Mudi finally couldn't help but say, Young Master Yun, are you confident in this battle? I'm not sure, Yunxiao said after a moment of silence. I think I have a 50-50 chance. Ling Mudi sighed. It's not a big deal to have a 50-50 chance of winning. But you're now the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, and the venue of the battle is in Yanwu. If you lose, the consequences will be too great. In my opinion, we should change the location. You're planning to lose before the battle, Yunxiao said. How can we fight? Let's do it in Yanwu. I need to adjust my state now and think about the item I'll be refining in 3 months. Since you've made up your mind, I won't say much, said Ling Mudi. However, we can have Amaterasu Zi and Lord Mu Xing come over to discuss this. That's good, Yunxiao said. It's a good idea. Then I'll immediately gather everyone here and discuss it, said Ling Mudi. After all, it's a battle between the top alchemists of 2 races. In addition to the interests of the Heavenly Martial Union, it also involves the honor of the 2 races, so we can't be careless. Ling Mudi was also an alchemist, and he was the one who had refined the Tusada Heavenly Peak, so he also attached great importance to this field. Soon, more than 10 of the world's top alchemy masters gathered in a secret room. Everyone's expression was quite grave, and they began to whisper to each other. Everyone knows the whole story, Ling Mudi said. I hope that young Master Yun will win. What do you think? It's really touching, Amaterasu sighed. It's as if I've returned to the past, above the clouds in the sea of soul formation. Back then, there were many talented people in the art of divination, and the seats were filled with people dressed in snow-white clothes. Now we are the only ones left. Everything has its ups and downs, Yunxiao said. As long as we can survive this demonic tribulation, we can at least exchange it for another 100,000 years of development for the heavenly martial realm. But if you can't, there's no future. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they began to discuss the refinement process in 3 months. Al has the light of the sorcerer god, Tenzatzi said in a deep voice, and he's been in Yanwu for a long time. I'm afraid he's already reached the level of the sorcerer god. There was a high chance that a saint weapon would appear in the competition 3 months later. If young Master Yun wants to be undefeated, he should at least refine a saint artifact. Refining Saint Weapon Swan and I, Yunxiao smiled wryly. Who can tell me how to refine a saint artifact? He asked. Who can? I'm afraid that this kind of thing has been lost for a long time. That's true, Ling Mudi nodded. The recipe for refining a holy weapon was rare even 100,000 years ago, let alone now. Even Lord Mudi doesn't have one? Tenzho Zi asked in surprise. I don't have one, but there's someone who definitely did, Ling Mudi said. Who? Yunxiao asked. Ling Mudi looked at him and said slowly, The Realm King from back then. The King of the Realm? Didn't he get his lunchbox 100,000 years ago? Yunxiao cried out in surprise. I thought he got it 100,000 years ago? Ling Mudi glared at him angrily, obviously because of the disrespect in his words. Although the Realm King has passed away, the storage ring he used back then was also a peerless item. It should have formed a space of its own and sunk into the space of the heavenly martial realm. That's too general, Yunxiao said. It's really difficult to find. It might be difficult, said Ling Mudi. But don't forget that there's one person who might be able to find it. A light flashed in Yunxiao's mind, and he immediately understood the person he was talking about. Duanmu Youyu? Ling Mudi laughed and said, That's him. The 100 will not could even deduce the birthplace of the true dragon. It shouldn't be difficult for Duanmu Youyu to deduce the location of the Realm King's secret treasure ring. I think it's feasible, Tenzho Zi said. After all, no one has the method to refine a saint weapon. If we can get the Realm King's secret treasure ring, our chances of winning will be very high. All right, Yunxiao said. Let's not delay this any longer. I'll go find Duanmu Youyu immediately. The short meeting ended. Ding Ling sent someone to find Duanmu Yoyu and explained the purpose of his visit. Duanmu Yoyu was rather shocked. He did not expect the Realm King to have a secret treasure ring. However, after hearing that the two races were having a competition, his interest was piqued and he began to deduce. The 9 luminary star scepter appeared in his hand and a large amount of golden light bloomed from the scepter ring, illuminating the hall. As Duanmu Yoyu continued to form hand seals, a large number of Maha-ancient characters flew around the star staff. Yunxiao looked over and kept reflecting the divine art in his mind to deepen his understanding. In the process of Duanmu Yoyu's deduction, Yunxiao fell into deep thought. He also made a hand seal, and a golden light emerged from his fingertips as he sat opposite Duanmu Yoyu. After a while, the golden light in the hall was retracted and returned to the star staff. Duanmu Yoyu's expression was suspicious and he was deep in thought. What's wrong? Ding Ling could not help but ask. According to my calculations, the ring of secret treasures left behind by the Realm King should be in the southern region. It should not be far from us, Duanmu Yoyu said. There's such a thing? Yunxiao pondered for a moment. The Divine Realm Tablet had also appeared in the southern region, and it was the battlefield of the Demon Sealing Lords. It was normal for the Realm King to leave the secret treasure ring not far away after he died here. Then can you deduce the exact location? Duanmu Yoyu nodded. The general direction is fine. I can't give you the specific coordinates. Unless I use my life to deduce it, how can it be accurate? Thank you, young Master Yu. Yunxiao cupped his fists and said. He knew that Duanmu Yoyu's recommendation would definitely consume his lifespan. Duanmu Yoyu laughed. You're too kind. Let's go look for the secret treasure ring immediately. I'm also very curious. Not long after, more than 10 rays of light immediately flew out of the city lord's mansion and headed in a certain direction. After flying for a few thousand miles, Duanmu Yoyu suddenly stopped. He looked around and said, It should be nearby. The surroundings were all barren mountains and wilderness, with only a few weeds. Other than some rats nibbling on the grass, there were no other living creatures. Most of the southern mountain range was filled with such barren land, which was very common. But there's really something wrong with this place, Yunxiao said with a frown. It's true. It's indeed unusual to see such a desolate scene around Yanwu. After the reconstruction of Yanwu in the past few years, the area within thousands of miles had become a sacred land. This place was so barren that it was a little desolate, and it was indeed a little out of place with the surrounding environment. Yunxiao raised his hand and pointed his sword fingers in all directions, shattering the space into countless pieces with a ripping sound. Those crimson eyes stared at the fragments, but found that everything was normal. There was nothing special. Why don't we try the Divine Realm Tablet? Lingmu Di asked. Yunxiao nodded and raised his hand. The Divine Realm Tablet turned into a beam of white light and flew up, stopping in the air and shooting out thousands of beams of light. Under the cover of the light, Yunxiao looked carefully at the spatial node. All the nodes were arranged in a regular spatial structure. What? Under the gaze of the wondrous spell's spiritual eye, he was surprised to find that a space ring formed by thousands of nodes repelled the light from the Divine Realm Tablet and formed a circular pattern. This is it. Yunxiao was overjoyed. This is it. He walked over and touched the ring. With a slight lift of his finger, an opening appeared, through which one could vaguely see space. The rest of the people also saw it and gathered around in joy. The cut made by his fingertip continued to show a strange pattern and became bigger. What surprised Yunxiao was that the space he saw was clearly moving, but it was still in his perception. Tian Zhaozi was also surprised and said, Mysterious space? What's a mystic space? Yunxiao asked. What is a mystic space? Tian Zhaozi's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, No wonder it can survive for a long time and hide its trace. It's the mysterious space. This kind of spatial structure is beyond our knowledge, and it must be simulated by 3 or more experts who have a deep understanding of spatial secret techniques in order to develop its form. That's because this kind of spatial structure is beyond our knowledge, said Lingmu Di. So it has to cooperate with the evolution. This is the first time I've seen such a static state. Since it's so mysterious, I'm afraid it's also very dangerous, Xianxia said. Why don't you all stay outside, and I'll go in alone? No, Amaterasu immediately opposed. If I don't go in and experience it, I won't be able to die in peace. The rest of the people were also eager to try. Even if they were not alchemists, when they thought that this was something left behind by a universe god, they felt infinite respect for it. Moreover, there must be a lot of treasures in it, and if they could get one or two of them, they would benefit a lot. Xianxia frowned. But this is a storage space, after all. If you force your way in, you will cause great harm to yourself. At the same time, it will also test the stability of the space. Young Master Yun, you're right, Ling Moody said. Although the mysterious superspace isn't an ordinary storage space, it's also extremely repulsive to living beings. In particular, everyone here is extremely powerful. If you all enter together, I'm afraid that the space will collapse in an instant. As soon as he said that, many people looked disappointed, but they could understand and asked to stay. After the selection, they decided to let Xianxia, Lingmu Di, Duanmu Yoyu, and Amaterasu enter. Xianxia stepped into it first, followed by the three. As soon as Xianxia stepped in, his body trembled as he felt an enormous pressure crushing over him, and a faint light instantly protected him. The two forces collided with a thunderous boom, causing light to shoot out in all directions. A loud, ancient sound came from the space, like the vibration of metal. Not good. Xianxia was taken aback. He found that the moment he stepped into the space, cracks began to appear in it, which was a sign that it was about to collapse. Lingmu Di and the others, who were following him, also noticed the situation and said in surprise, "Quickly find the recipe and leave." Tenchu's heart skipped a beat, and he beat his chest and stomped his feet as he cried out, "What a pity!" Everyone began to carefully observe this space. In addition to the increasing number of cracks, there were also some star-like lights flashing in the space. Lingmu Di was overjoyed. "Haha! There are indeed many good things. These glittering objects are the items that the world deity has collected." He immediately teleported to the nearest point of starlight and grabbed at it. The spot of starlight fell into his hand. Lingmu Di was overjoyed. Before he could take a closer look, the starlight suddenly burst with a strong power that shattered the space. Boom! Lingmu Di's entire body sank in, and was directly thrown out of the ring of secret treasures. Lord Mu Di! The people guarding outside suddenly saw a crack appear. While they were still in shock, they saw Lingmu Di flying out of it, rolling and crawling. Lingmu Di was shocked. He looked at the jade box in his hand, but he didn't know what it was. Without a word, he flew to the entrance and wanted to go in again, but he was blocked by a force and was forced back a few steps. What? A one-time passage? Lingmu Di was shocked. This is bad. We're in trouble. What is a one-time passage? Asked Dingling. Lingmu Di's face turned pale and he said in a deep voice, "There's a saying that a person can never enter the same river. Do you understand this principle? That's because time flows." Dinglinger nodded and said. Lingmu Di nodded. This so-called one-time passage also follows the same principle. This passage is no longer the previous one. No one can go in anymore. The troublesome thing was that it seemed that as long as one touched the items inside, they would be directly blasted out. This means that the remaining three only have one chance. One chance. Dinglinger was stunned. Are there a lot of things inside? As many as the stars, Lingmu Di said. And the worst thing is that Xianxia and the others don't know that they can only touch one thing, so they will take it at will. In this way, the probability of obtaining the recipe is too small. This line of words made everyone depressed. It wasn't that the probability was too small, but it was almost zero. I hope that young Master Yun is intelligent enough to be inspired by my being kicked out. Lingmu Di sighed. Then there might still be a glimmer of hope. Dingling put her hands together in front of her and prayed. Big brother Xianxia will definitely be able to do it. Inside the ring of secret treasures, Xianxia and the other two were taken aback when they saw the Lingmu flute being thrown out. They cried out at the same time, but there was no longer the echo of the Lingmu flute, only a dark passage. What's going on? Amaterasu asked in shock. Did something happen to Lord Mu Di? Duanmu Yoyu hurriedly formed hand seals and calculated. Don't worry. I'm afraid that the Lord has been teleported out. His life is not in danger. Yunxiao and Tenzatzi were relieved. This space is so fragile, Tianzhaozi said worriedly. Lord Mu Di only used teleportation for a moment and was blasted out. I'm afraid it won't be able to withstand any elemental energy fluctuations. Let's slowly walk over and carefully retrieve it. Yunxiao raised his head and looked around. It was as quiet as a dead land. But when he used his wondrous spirit eyes, he could see the space flowing slightly, like streams surrounding each other. Around his spirit Eve, there were a few more rays of golden light. He had used the true sun incantation that Bo Mu had taught him to cultivate a sliver of the eye of truth. When he saw that Tianzhaozi had already taken a few steps, Yunxiao reminded him, the space here might not be fragile, but there are phenomena that we can't understand. Master Amaterasu, you must be careful. Tianzhaozi's body froze and he could not help but frown. An incomprehensible phenomenon. Yunxiao nodded. Perhaps this is the problem of the mysterious superspace. I have a feeling that Lord Mu Di's position is not affected by the fluctuation of primordial energy. Everyone should be careful. Then we do have to be careful. Amaterasu slowed down his pace and walked toward the stars. He stopped in front of one of them, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The starlight was only the size of a thumb, and one could vaguely see a rectangular box inside it. It seemed to be a sword case. Amaterasu's breathing was slightly rapid. An item left behind by the Realm King might be a saint weapon. He stretched out his 5 fingers and slowly grabbed it. The starlight fell into his hand with a flash and immediately dissipated, turning into a 3-foot-long box. The surface of the box was inlaid with precious pearls and jade stones, flowing with light and color. Yunxiao's sharp senses caught that after the sword box appeared, an invisible sword intent spread out around Tenzatzi, and his heart stirred. Haha, it's indeed a problem with the essence energy fluctuations. Amaterasu excitedly raised the sword case in his hand and laughed smugly. There's no problem now. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom. The space where Amaterasu was standing collapsed, forming a black hole that was half a meter wide. He was caught off guard and fell into the tunnel, disappearing from the ring of secret treasures. Yunxiao. He. Duanmu Yoyu. Woo-woo. Duanmu Yoyu wiped his sweat and said awkwardly, It seems like there's still a problem. Duanmu Yoyu counted with his fingers and could not help but frown. Lord Amaterasu has also been teleported out, and his life is not in danger. It seems that you're right, young Master Yun. Yunxiao shook his head and smiled wryly. You're right. It's troublesome. If my guess is right, this space can only allow you to take 1 item and leave. You can't take a second item. How could this be? Duanmu Yoyu asked in shock. Looking at the tiny stars, Yunxiao asked in a low voice, Young Master Yu, are you able to divine if there is a refinement recipe there? Young Master Yun, do you really think I'm a god? Duanmu Yoyu shook his head. At least a half-step divine immortal, right? Yunxiao stared at him. I think so. Duanmu Yoyu's expression turned dark, and he smiled bitterly. Young Master Yun, you flatter me. The only thing I can divine is that there is indeed an opportunity in this space, and it's up to young Master Yun to grasp it. I'll go test it out and see if I can take 2 items. Yunxiao nodded. Just go ahead and try. It'll be a good opportunity to verify my guess. All right, he said. Duanmu Yoyu focused and raised his arm. His palm grabbed at the void and instantly turned into a huge palm shadow that swept towards the starlight. Hoo-hoo! The shadow of the palm pressed on the space, forming a curve visible to the naked eye, making a sizzling noise, as if it was burning. Just as it touched the starlight, it was frozen there and could not go down any further, as if time had stopped. In just half a breath's time, Duanmu Yoyu disappeared from the space of the ring of secret treasures with a loud boom. The starlight also disappeared. Yunxiao watched the whole process calmly, and it was not until Duanmu Yoyu disappeared that he smiled bitterly and said gloomily, This is going to be troublesome. He has to find the saint artifact recipe from these hundreds of stars. Isn't he purposely making things difficult for me? He used his wondrous spirit eyes to look at them one by one, but there were boxes made of various materials within each of the stars, making it impossible for him to see what was inside. In the end, Xianxia selected more than 30 starlights from the vast sea of stars, which were most likely to contain jade slips. I'm just not sure if the Realm King left any useful information behind. Otherwise, the probability of 1 out of 30 is too low. It's almost impossible to win, Xianxia thought to himself. He gave up observing the 30-odd starlight spots and began to study the space. After a few hours, he let out a long sigh. He was completely disappointed. The complexity of this space was far beyond his knowledge, and he suddenly remembered that this ring of secret treasure had sunk into the space of the heavenly martial arts realm after the Realm King's death. He would not have had the time to deliberately leave a message for future generations. What's going on with this space? It's completely different from the rules of space in the realm of heavenly martial arts. It doesn't make sense. How can everything in the world escape the rules and exist? Looking at the stars, Xianxia's eyes suddenly shone with a bright light. At this moment, outside the ring of the secret treasure, a pale yellow light was flowing on the ground, forming a ring of light and spreading out in waves. It was like a rock falling into a calm lake, causing waves. What is this? Lingmu Di stared at the jade box in his palm and studied it carefully. There was a sugar cube-like object inside. It was khaki in color and looked very spiritual. The light kept flowing out from the yellow object like bubbles from a fish's mouth. It spread out in the air and turned into a yellow halo that could cover dozens of feet. Everyone gathered around, looking very confused. There are countless rare and precious things in this world, Tenzho sighed. The wonders of creation are endless and can't be measured by a large amount. He didn't recognize this item at all, and he didn't even have a clue. Lingmu Di closed the jade box and put it away. He looked around at the crowd and said, "Since it's a treasure, there'll be a time to figure it out. I'll slowly figure it out when I have the time." Lingmu Di looked at Amaterasu Z and Duanmu Yoyu and laughed. "May I know what you two have obtained? The value of the item I obtained should be above Lord Mu Di's. However, I am more envious of Lord Mu Di's heavenly treasures." He took out the sword case and held it in his palm. Just the appearance of the sword case caused a layer of dense sword light to overflow. It was as if there was a sword enchantment that enveloped the sword case. What a powerful sword force! Everyone was shocked, knowing that it must be a peerless sword. Lingmu Di trembled and suddenly cried out, "The Sword of Light! This is the Sword of Light!" Lingmu Di could not help but raise his hand and walk forward. He bent down and observed carefully, almost snatching it directly. Lingmu Di's expression was unusually grave, and the light in his eyes grew more and more excited. He laughed and said, "Ha ha! It's the Sword of Light. Darren can open it and take a look, but you must be careful of the sword chi." Amaterasu nodded and flicked the sword box's switch with his right index finger. The box opened with a pop. A sharp light spread out, turning into a sword realm that expanded in all directions. In their shock, everyone hurriedly circulated their essence force to block the sword world. The sword world wasn't strong, but to form a world out of thin air, this kind of spirituality was shocking. Tian Zhaozi held the sword case with one hand and was the first to feel the power of the sword. He couldn't help but feel terrified. Although it was extremely sharp, the sword light inside the case was like water. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. The entire sword was like a huge drop of mercury that automatically flowed in the mold, becoming one. The sword is like flowing water, hidden within the light. Lingmu Di looked at the surprised crowd and nodded slightly. After hearing Mu Di's advice, everyone immediately understood the meaning of Hongguang. Although Tian Zhaozi had a sword, he didn't know where it came from. "Lord Mu Di, what is the origin of this sword?" Lingmu Di retracted his admiring gaze and said, "This is the sword of the Realm King. The regional king is not a sword user and has never used this sword in battle before. However, he likes to carry this sword with him at all times. This is enough to prove how extraordinary this sword is." It's a pity that I'm not a swordsman either, Tenzatzi sighed. I'll give it to young Master Yun later. The rest of the people were envious in their hearts. This gift was really big enough. Thank you, sir. Ding Ling quickly stepped forward and smiled sweetly. Ling thanks you on behalf of big brother Yunxiao. Of course, Tenzho Zi replied with a smile. Ling Mudi then looked at Duanmu Yu and said, May I know what item young master you has obtained? Everyone looked at Duanmu Yu in unison. Duanmu Yoyu's face was full of tears. The two of you have obtained good things. I'm just a bunch of strange things. Duanmu Yoyu stretched out his hand and opened up his 5 fingers. In the center of his palm, there was a ball of orange-red mist. It was like a dream and illusionary, as if it did not have a physical body. Tenzatzi looked over and scanned with his consciousness. He could not help but be surprised. This thing is neither liquid nor solid. What a strange feeling. Under the perception of my divine sense, it seems to be condensed by laws and doesn't really exist. Duanmu Yoyu said, You have good eyes, my lord. Although this item is in my palm, it doesn't feel like an object at all. Ling Mudi, on the other hand, had a grave look in his eyes. He shook his head and said, Sorry to trouble you. This item is called Spinning Sun, and it's a rule that allows the space to choose and connect with each other. If you take it out, the space of the ring of the secret treasure will be distorted. Duanmu Yoyu jumped in shock and hurriedly said, Could this be the result of the rules connecting the secret treasure ring and the realm of heavenly martial arts? This thing is inside the ring of the hidden treasure. Ling Mudi's eyes shot out rays of light. That should be the case. Furthermore, the laws of space are an essential item for refining saint artifacts. This spinning sun is also extremely rare in the laws of space. Oh? Duanmu Yoyu's heart skipped a beat. Then, I can give it to Yunxiao to refine a saint weapon. Li Yunxiao is indeed very lucky, Tenzatzi said with a smile. We can't use our things for ourselves, so we can only let him have it. I don't know if he has the luck to obtain the recipe. Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't be able to use the spinning sun. As he said that, the space not far away suddenly shook. The space that was originally flowing strangely suddenly stopped and collapsed towards the center. It was as if it was being pulled towards the center, and it instantly condensed into a black dot. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted from the black dot, as if it had exploded. However, no energy spread out. Only a black ring appeared in the air. Just as everyone was feeling baffled, the black ring only stayed for half a breath before disappearing into thin air. Yunxiao's figure slowly appeared in the same place. Young Master Yun. Big brother Yunxiao. The dozen or so people exclaimed and surrounded him. Yunxiao stood there quietly with a confused look on his face. Then, the mist in his eyes dissipated, and his eyes became clear. How is it? Did you get the recipe? Ling Mudi asked urgently. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, full of anticipation. Yunxiao suddenly smiled. It was that confident and smug look of his that warmed people's hearts like a ray of sunlight. Ha! That's great! Ha! Ling Mudi clapped his hands and laughed. It's true that the Realm King is on our side, he said happily. Amaterasu was filled with hunger, and he said urgently, Quick! Let me see the recipe. I didn't get the recipe? Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, I didn't get it. There was a strange silence in the surroundings. There was no sound at all. Ha? What did he say? Ling Mudi was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. You must be joking. Yunxiao spread his hands and said, I really didn't get the recipe. Not only did I not get the recipe, but all the items were destroyed. Everyone, hee. Then why are you so happy? Tenzho asked, stunned. Yunxiao glared at him and said, What else can I do? I'm going to cry to death. The crowd was speechless, and the atmosphere became a little gloomy. Yunxiao looked at everyone and scolded. What are you guys doing? All of them were dejected, as if they were going to lose without the refinement recipe. Don't forget who beat him back then. Ah, everyone should go back, Amaterasu sighed. It's not like anyone died. At most, we'll lose the competition. Why are you all so sad? Yun Xiao. Hee. We haven't competed vet. Ding Ling or Hurriedel said. Besides, Biz brother Yun Xiao's win is quite big. Duan Muyu took out the sun and handed it to Yun Xiao. An item condensed from the laws of space. An essential material for refining saint artifacts. I'll give it to you, no need to thank me. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted as he stared at the spinning sun. He could not help but laugh. Ha ha! Thank you, young master you. He unceremoniously put it away, his face brimming with joy, as if he was too excited. Tian Zhaozi also took out his Hongguang sword and said, A treasured sword is given to a hero, so I'll give you this as well. Yun Xiao was overjoyed as well, and he loved the sword so much that he kept fiddling with it. Thank you, your excellency. That's what I should do, replied Amaterasu with a smile. You don't need to take the battle of arts to heart. It's just a competition. In terms of fighting, the demon war is our most important task. Your excellency, Yun Xiao said gloomily. It sounds like I'm going to lose for sure? Haha, I'm not. I'm just asking you to be more open about everything. The duel is actually not that important. Amaterasu patted his shoulder. Yes, yes. The rest of the people agreed. She even consoled him. Yun Xiao gave him the middle finger and said in disdain, I can't be bothered with you guys. Everyone returned resentfully. Although they had obtained a few treasures, most of them still seemed a little lonely. After all, the war between the two races concerned the dignity of the two races, and now the demon race was at a disadvantage. After returning to Yanwu, Yun Xiao was going to cultivate in seclusion. Lingmu Di seemed to still be in a daze. He pulled him and asked secretly, You really didn't get the recipe? You don't believe me, my lord? Yun Xiao asked gloomily. You don't believe me either? It's not that I don't believe you, Lingmu Di said slowly, but you don't look depressed at all. Even if you didn't get the recipe, you must have gotten something good, right? He had a confident look on his face and was very confident in his judgment. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Yun Xiao laughed. Lord Mu Di knows me well. I've retrieved the mysterious space, he said secretly. What? Ling Mu Di was startled and said in horror. The mysterious space? What did that mean? You got the secret treasure ring of the Realm King? All of the treasures inside. Yun Xiao shook his head and said, No, all the treasures in it have been destroyed, including the ring of the secret treasure. What I have is only the super mysterious space. You'll know when you see it. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and a white light shot out from between his eyebrows, projecting in front of him. It was the scene inside the Divine Realm tablet. Between heaven and earth, a strange space was constantly twisting, as if countless rays of light were noisily gathering together like balls of thread. Ling Mu Di was completely stunned. He said in a daze, This Kasaya can also be Kasaya. Yun Xiao nodded and said, There are too many treasures in the secret treasure ring. Let's not talk about whether there is a recipe or not. Even if it does exist, it's almost impossible to choose it. The probability is almost the same as being hit by a meteorite while walking on the road. Ling Mu Di couldn't help but nod and agree. That's right. So, in the situation where you can only choose one item, you chose the space. He was full of praise and appreciation. That's right, Yun Xiao said with a smile. At first, I also had the intention of taking advantage of the situation. I thought that if I took the space away, I would be able to take all the treasures away, but in fact I couldn't. At the same time, all the treasures were swept into the spatial storm, and we don't know where they went. It's indeed a pity, Ling Mu Di sighed, but treasures have spirits after all, and they will find their true masters. Even the ownership of a single primeval stone is determined by fate. Even if I haven't found the recipe, Yun Xiao continued, I'm still quite confident in this competition, and it's because of this mysterious space. Does Darren still remember that Feng Yaoli's sword? You mean the cold sword and the frost? Ling Mu Di frowned and asked. Yun Xiao made a grabbing motion with one hand, and the frost sword fell into his hand. The surrounding temperature immediately dropped, and cold air kept oozing out of the sword. Yun Xiao stared at the sword with an indescribable complicated feeling. He had lost it and found it again, but the sword was no longer as close to him as before. After all, it had been completely refined by Feng Yaoli. Now that Feng Yaoli was dead and the seals on the sword had been removed, it would be much more difficult for Yunxiao to refine it than before he was a saint artifact. That's right, it's the cold sword, Ice Frost. Yunxiao stared at the sword and said seriously. Back then, Feng Yaoli had sealed the entire snow country into the sword and refined it into a holy weapon. Back then, I combined the 3 swords, Starfall, Dawn, and Demon Slayer, and forged them into a quasi-saint artifact. It's stacking the attributes of an item. I understand, Ling Moody said. Now you want to integrate that super mysterious space into the profound level weapon and imitate Feng Yaoli to refine it into a saint weapon? That's about it, Yunxiao nodded and said. That's the situation. Then how confident are you? Asked Ling Moody. I'm not sure. Yunxiao shook his head. Maybe 20 or 30%. 20? The probability is not high enough, Ling Moody said gloomily. It's not a matter of whether it's enough or not, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'm already content as long as there's a chance. Secondly, everyone knows that, and Lord Moody also knows that in terms of the Tao of sorcery, I should not be AL's match. Even I understand this. If I hadn't used trickery back then, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Ling Moody sighed. This man is indeed a rare genius in the art of Tao. We won't make things difficult for you. Just do your best. He took out the treasures he had obtained from the secret treasure ring and said, I don't know what this is either. Take it. Maybe you'll need it one day. Yunxiao opened the jade box and was stunned for a long time. He did not know what it was, so he put it away and said, I'll try my best. After returning to the secret chamber, Yunxiao went straight into the Divine Realm tablet and sat cross-legged in front of the super mysterious space. He closed his eyes and fell into deep thought, and soon he entered a meditative state. After Ding Ling returned to Yanwu, she also began to get busy. This was because Al had listed a long list of materials, most of which were time-consuming and energy-consuming. She had also thought about tampering with the materials, but she immediately rejected the idea, because she knew that Yunxiao would never agree. Yunxiao would certainly value the dignity of the strong more than the outcome of the competition. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the atmosphere in Yanwu began to liven up. The streets and alleys were filled with discussions about the technique. In the past 3 months, the area where the demon race was located was shrouded in a layer of auspicious clouds. Every day, Aihui seemed to be refining something powerful. A large number of materials were constantly being transported in, but no one knew what they were. Amaterasu Z couldn't help but be curious. After agreeing to keep it a secret, he was allowed to go in and watch. When he came out, he sighed repeatedly, feeling that he wasn't feeling well. This made Ling Moody and the others even more worried. In the past 3 months, many experts had come to Yanwu one after another, including Tengguang, the monarch. He joined the Heavenly Martial Alliance to study the Great Bliss Formation. The demons seemed to have quieted down after the battle at Red Moon City. Only a few low-level demons appeared at the major cracks. The first mobile castle modeled after Heavenspan Island also appeared in the sky above Yanwu. It was majestic and thousands of feet wide, perfect for the competition of the 2 races. After 2 months of seclusion, Yunxiao came out once and came to talk to Bomu in detail. Bomu had once refined Umitba, so he could be considered to have some experience in refining saint artifacts, and could more or less gain some inspiration. Is it finally going to start? Ding Ling looked up at the sky. The first rays of the morning sun shone down and fell on Yanwu, signaling the beginning of a new day. She turned her eyes to the demon tribe. The colorful light that had been filling the sky had only dispersed yesterday. I think Al has made full preparations. What about Big Brother Yunxiao? She turned her gaze to another spot, but it was still silent. Don't worry. Back then, it was the Al that Feiyang defeated. Today, it's just a reappearance of that year. Chu Hongyan's voice was heard, and she had already appeared behind Ding Ling Sister Hongyan, Brother Yunxiao. Ding Ling hurriedly said, Are you really confident? Chu Hongyan smiled and looked in that direction. She nodded and said, If he can't defeat Al Hui in this world, there won't be a second person. Ding Ling clenched her fists nervously and prayed, I hope so. Humph, a person who only knows how to buy opportunities and take shortcuts, has a glib tongue, and is impetuous. How can he have any chance of winning? A cold voice came from behind him. Gao-han, don't say that. We haven't even competed yet. How do we know who's going to win? Amaterasu's voice rang out. Chu Hongyan and Ding Ling quickly turned around and saluted the two. Yuan Gaohan's face was gloomy. He had made a big enemy of Yunxiao, but he could not help feeling a little nervous when he saw Chu Hongyan. Master, but you bet all your money on AI Ing at the gambling house set up by Gu Qingqing. Cough, 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 cough. With a violent cough, Amaterasu awkwardly covered his face with his hands and angrily rebuked. What do you know? Although I've bet all my money on AI Ing, I fully support Yunxiao in spirit. Li Yunxiao will win. AI Ing, I fully support Yunxiao in spirit. Li Yunxiao will win. He clenched his right fist and raised it up high, full of firm confidence. Chu Hongyan. He. Ding Ling Ing Luo. Amaterasu returned to his dignified demeanor and stroked his beard. Let's go to the location of the technique first. The MU clan's mechanisms are truly remarkable. Such a grand building was completed in such a simple manner. The first mobile castle hovered quietly outside Yanwu. From a distance, it looked like it was protecting the city. After today's battle, this city will be sent to the Red Moon City to be used as a base to monitor the crack, Ding Ling said. There are a large number of golems and formations on it, and it's probably the most complicated puppet in the world, aside from Heavenspan Island. Does this city have a name? Tenzhou asked. Ding Ling face blushed slightly, as if she was quite embarrassed. She said in a low voice, This city is called Big Black Girl? Ah? What? The three of them were stunned, thinking that they had heard wrong. Ding Ling also felt embarrassed, and her palms were sweating. She explained, before Big Brother Yunxiao went into seclusion, he said that his first sword was called Black Girl when he was in Tianshui, and he would name it Big Black Girl after the first mobile fortress was built. I knew it was that bastard as soon as I heard the name, Yuan Gaohan angrily replied. This is a great insult to the alchemists who built such a magnificent puppet. Ahem? Did Mu Xing and Lord Mu Zhuang agree? Amaterasu asked. The people of the MU clan have no objections, Ding Ling said. They all say that the name is good. Yuan Gaohan. Tian Zhaozi coughed and said, It's good that they like it. It's already dawn, and I'm looking forward to the start of the competition. His eyes lit up, as if he had seen something wonderful. He was extremely excited. Master is looking forward to the bet, right? Yuan Gaohan said in a muffled voice. Because of Master's bet, almost everyone in the city has bet on Al to win. Tenchi's face turned serious and he rebuked. The bet is only a worldly possession, but the technique is related to the dignity of our clan. Spiritual support is the greatest support. It's getting late. Let's go to the Big Black Girl first. The two of them turned into a beam of light and shot toward the Big Black Girl like a rainbow. A moment after the two of them left, rays of light began to fly up from within the city, all of them heading towards the Big Black Girl. Ding Ling looked at the city of Yanwu, which was breaking dawn, and her eyes became bright and clear. The number of escaping lights shooting up into the sky also increased sharply. No one wanted to miss this amazing battle. Master Amaterasu Z has seen MR.AI refine it. Even he is afraid of it. Ding Ling could not help but worry. Humph! What knowledge could that old man have? Chu Hongyan was displeased and snorted coldly. He was a coward back then. He didn't dare to fight Al Hui head-on. He let Fei Yang take the lead. Therefore, his words could not be trusted because he was a coward. This time, he would lose everything. Little sister Ling you also have a lot of resources in your hands, right? Sister, what do you mean? Ding Ling asked. Chu Hongyan smiled and said cruelly, All bet on Fei Yang winning. Make Gu Qingqing and those who bet on Feiyang lose all their money. Ding Ling was taken aback. She covered her mouth and said, "But what if we lose?" Chu Hongyan looked at her and said deeply, "You also think that Feiyang will lose?" "I'm Ying." Ding Ling was stunned for a moment, and then she regretted what she had said. "I understand. Big brother Yunxiao will definitely win, even if I have to use my life to support him. Not to mention that it's just some money, it's just smoke. Don't worry, he'll make sure you earn a lot of money," Chu Hongyan said with a smile. Ding Ling nodded heavily. The knot in her heart was untied, and she was no longer worried. She suddenly found that Chu Hongyan, Luo Yunxiang, Water Fairy, and Fei and I all had a strong sense of trust in Yunxiao, even though the foundation of this trust was not solid. She had been in the Chamber of Commerce for many years and had a strong sense of rationality. She always analyzed the success rate of things, which had helped her achieve great success in her career. However, now that she realized this, she felt a little ashamed of herself. "Let's go and find a good spot first. It'll be crowded if there are too many people around the big black girl. And you can also help maintain order." After Chu Hongyan finished speaking, the two of them also turned into light and left. There were already over 1,000 people gathered on the big black girl's back. They were all gathered in groups of 3 to 5, chatting and laughing. In a corner, a large group of people gathered. It was Gu Qingqing's gambling house, and it was very lively. There was a formation tower every 300 meters in the city. Even if the demons broke through the overall defense, the formation towers could still play a very strong offensive and defensive role. Furthermore, the roads in the city were crisscrossed and also contained some kind of rule power, which had a certain suppression on the devil race. "Lady Gu Qingqing, have you considered the consequences of your actions?" 2 rays of light flew in front of the gambling house. Ding Ling said angrily, while Chu Hongyan also stood coldly at the side. "Influence." Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes at her. "I only know that blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. If you want to place a bet, then hurry up. If you don't, then get lost." She lowered her head and continued to record all kinds of bets. She was so busy and her face was red that she had no time to pay attention to them. "Lady Gu Qingqing," Chu Hongyan said angrily, "you are the ancestor of the Divine Cloud Palace. The Divine Cloud Palace has always taken it as their responsibility to support the right path and defend the interests of our tribe. You're making such a big bet, and I think you're all betting on AIing. It's really affecting the morale." Gu Qingqing shouted, "Why can't we bet on AIing? Could he only suppress Yunxiao? Was there still any fairness to speak of? And MR.AI is my benefactor. I like to bet on him winning. Yeah, why not Al? I'm sure MR.AI will win." That's right. That's right. Even Grandmaster Amaterasu has bet all his fortune on MR.AI. Fuck. Really? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll triple the price. The crowd was bustling as they squeezed to suppress Elshang. No matter if they were humans or demons, they were all joyfully squeezed together. Ding Ling was depressed. She slammed a token on the table and said loudly, "The Chamber of Commerce of Yanwu will bet all its assets on Big Brother Yunxiao." After a moment of extreme silence, the entire casino exploded with a whoosh. Did I hear it wrong? Everyone was shocked and started whispering to each other. Yanwu's Chamber of Commerce was now the world's largest chamber of commerce, and its wealth was uncountable. Gu Qingqing was also stunned, and said in a daze, "Are you serious?" Ding Ling nodded and said, "Of course. If you win, the Chamber of Commerce in Yanwu will all be yours. If you lose, I'll see how you're going to compensate." Gu Qingqing narrowed her eyes and chuckled. "Little girl, are you trying to scare this lady? Let me tell you, Yunxiao is going to lose. You can just wait for the Chamber of Commerce to be mine." She grabbed the token and shouted, "I'll definitely leave. Hold on. I can afford it if I lose." Ding Ling shouted in a deep voice, "At worst, the entire Chamber of Commerce will be gone. But if you lose, how are you going to pay for it?" "I won't lose," Gu Qingqing sneered. "My lord, are you being a scoundrel?" Chu Hongyan asked. "Everyone's looking at you. You can't take this plate at all, but you still want to take it. You're obviously ready to play dirty. Gu Qingqing spread her hands and said, It seems that you've come prepared. Tell me, what do you want me to bet? Are you going to make me Yunxiao's wife? Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. Swish. Ding Ling blushed and said angrily, If you lose, you'll have to follow my orders for the rest of your life. The laughter stopped because the bet was too big. Gu Qingqing also looked at her coldly and sneered. A mere chamber of commerce wants to offset my lifetime. Ding Ling sneered. Didn't you say you wouldn't lose? Just because you won't lose doesn't mean you can take advantage of me, Gu Qingqing said. Ding Ling's face turned red and she gritted her teeth. If I lose, not only will the Chamber of Commerce be yours, but I'll also follow your orders for the rest of my life. Chu Hongyan called out anxiously. Ding Ling seemed to have made up her mind. She stared at Gu Qingqing and said, Do you dare to take the bet? Gu Qingqing wagged her finger and chuckled. Your entire life is not as valuable as mine. Then how do you want to bet? Ding Ling said angrily. Although your life is worthless in my eyes, you are a treasure in Yunxiao's eyes. Gu Qingqing said, It's a great gain. She stretched out her index finger. 1 year. Your entire life and the Chamber of Commerce can only be exchanged for 1 year of my life. If you're willing to bet, then place your bet. Good. 1 year it is. Ding Ling gritted her teeth and immediately agreed. Chu Hongyan was anxious and pulled her. Ling you're too ridiculous. How can I play with this lunatic? Sister. Ding Ling looked at her. You told me to have confidence in Brother Yunxiao. Why are you not confident? This buy-in. Chu Hongyan was stunned for a moment, but she quickly calmed down and nodded. You're right, we'll definitely win. There's nothing to worry about. Ding Ling thought to herself that she was the most useless one among Brother Yunxiao's female friends. Even if she lost, it would not affect the overall situation of the Heavenly Martial League. If she won, she could win Gu Qingqing's command for a year. Although Gu Qingqing was unruly and even a little willful, her strength was obvious to all. It was worth it to bet on himself to win her command for a year. At least he could do something for Big Brother Yunxiao. Her thoughts were so simple and pure. Good. I'll definitely buy it. Gu Qingqing slammed the table and shook off Ding Ling's hand. She looked at the two coldly and smiled smugly. I was just bored and wanted to have some fun. Now, it seems even more interesting. Her eyes fell on Chu Hongyan and she said with a smile, Do you want to come and play too? Let's bet 8 to 10 years. I'm the master of the Divine Cloud Palace, and you're just an elder of the Divine Cloud Palace, Chu Hongyan said proudly. In terms of strength, I'm not inferior to you, and in terms of status, I'm even above you. My 8 to 10 years, you want to use a few hundred years to bet. Her face was full of pride, and she looked at Gu Qingqing coldly. The two of them were peerless beauties who could topple the world. As they confronted each other, their unique auras caused everyone to look at them, and there was a strange silence. Hee. Gu Qingqing suddenly laughed and said, You're indeed very similar to me. Is the aura of the Divine Firmament Palace's palace master also from the same line? I'm flattered, Chu Hongyan said coldly. I don't think so at all. This king is willing to bet with you. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded. A gust of wind blew past, and a man appeared in front of the gambling table. He put his hands behind his back and said quietly, I'll bet my life on your life. I bet on Li Yunxiao. Mist Rock Lord. The surrounding people gasped and gasped in shock. What? He is one of the 4 kings, the Mist Rock Lord. The crowd became even more restless as they desperately squeezed forward, trying to get a clearer look at this legendary figure. With the start of the demonic war, the experts in the eternal world were gradually recognized by the world. The most legendary ones were the Island Lord Yi Qingyu and the 4 kings. Are you serious? Gu Qingqing's face changed. The Misty Rock Master nodded and said, Of course I'm serious. You're not bad. And I like you. I've always wanted to take you as my concubine, but you never gave me the chance. We can only rely on this bet. Blarg. The surrounding people couldn't help but feel terrified and nauseated. Gu Qingqing's image of a peerless and extraordinary woman suddenly fell to the bottom of everyone's hearts. The misty rock master's face also turned ashen. Several vortexes of air rose up from his body, and he was faintly angered. He coldly said, "Good. If this king wins, my first order will be to pamper you in public." Gu Qingqing was both embarrassed and angry. "Damn pervert. Get lost," she scolded. The misty rock master coldly laughed. "What, you don't dare to bet?" Gu Qingqing calmed down. As far as she knew, Al was almost sure to win. There was no way Yunxiao could turn defeat into victory. Even his father, Li Changfeng, had secretly bet on Ai Ying. Except for a few of Yunxiao's close female friends and Lingmu Di, no one was optimistic about him. After she made up her mind, she calmed her mind and quickly calculated. The Misty Rock Master was a creation realm expert. If he could be taken in as a slave, not only would he be of great help, but he would also be very impressive when he went out. There were probably not many people who had a creation realm expert as their slave since ancient times. But what if I lose, Ingluo? When she thought of the consequences of losing, she couldn't help but shiver. If this guy really pampered her in front of everyone, then she could only die in pieces so that he wouldn't ruin her body. "I had a 1-year bet with her before," Ding Ling said hurriedly. "You can only bet on 1 year later." The Misty Rock Master nodded. "No problem. I'll let her take advantage of me. I'll bet my entire life that she'll lose a year of her life." Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes and laughed. "If I lose, then I'll have to listen to Ding Ling for this year. If Ding Ling wants me to marry Li Yunxiao, then you'll be in trouble." "Ha-ha." "Don't worry," Ding Ling snorted. "You can forget about this dream. If you lose, I'll find you a random old man to marry before the 1 year is up." "You coward!" Gu Qingqing was furious and scolded. "You're all talking like I'm going to lose. You're the ones who are going to lose. The two of you can just wait to be slaves." The Misty Rock Master said indifferently, "Then you've agreed. At our level, ordinary contracts are no longer able to bind us. Swear an oath." Gu Qingqing trembled and was a little scared. Although she thought that she had a high chance of winning, she couldn't help but feel like she had fallen into an ice cave when she thought of that slim possibility. Her face turned pale. Ding Ling immediately raised her hand and made an oath without hesitation. The Misty Rock Master also made a heart's vow in front of everyone. Gu Qingqing had no choice but to swear. As soon as she made the oath, she felt empty, as if she had used up all her energy and felt very tired. As soon as the three of them announced their bet, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. There was a faint flash of purple lightning, which lasted for a while before gradually dissipating. The oath actually triggered a heavenly phenomenon. Everyone exclaimed in shock. "This is going to be a good show." He triggered the oath of heavenly phenomenon. "I've only heard of it in legends." Ding Linger and the other two were also dumbfounded. They looked at the dark clouds in a daze, not knowing what the heavenly Tao meant. Gu Qingqing began to worry. Yunxiao was the master of the Divine Realm Tablet and had the fate of the heavenly Tao. Even if she had confidence in Alji, he was nothing in the face of the vast heavenly Tao. Not only was her state of mind greatly affected, but the surrounding gamblers were also affected. They began to lose confidence in winning. One after another, people tried to bet on Yunxiao's victory, and Gu Qingqing's face turned even uglier. "Haha, an oath to the Tao of the heavens, interesting. I also want to take a gamble." A ray of light appeared in the sky and fell instantly, turning into Li Mongshan's figure. He smiled and said, "What a pity. Such a great beauty has been gambled away by the Misty Rock Lord. What should I bet on?" The Misty Rock Master's pupils constricted. He stared at him for a long while before saying in a deep voice, "What a fast speed. You've reached the creation realm in just a few months." "Ha ha ha. It's just luck," Li Mongshan said with a smile. He didn't even try to hide the smugness on his face. "You can bet with me." There was a flash of red light in the sky and a blood-like shadow appeared on the ground. The shadow slowly condensed into a human figure. It was Li Mongshan's eyelids twitched and he said in surprise, "The creation realm. Luck, luck." Mo said expressionlessly. Li Mongshan's face twitched and he snorted gloomily. The demon clansmen present were all surprised and happy. They seemed to love and fear the phoenix at the same time. It was rare for the demon clan to have such a powerful existence, and they could not help but be extremely excited. Some of the demons were even former subordinates of the Christian church. They all cheered and called him Lord Demon Emperor. Mo glanced at Li Mongshan. I'll bet on Mr. Al's victory. The bet will be on your comprehension of breaking through to the creation realm. What? Many people, including Gu Qingqing and Chu Hongyan, were shocked. Even the Misty Rock Lord and Li Mongshan were tempted. Everyone's comprehension of the heavenly Tao was different, and the comprehension of breaking through realms was even more precious, let alone for those in the creation realm. All right, I'll take the bet. Li Mongshan's eyes flickered. Since you've chosen Al, I can only bet on Li Yunxiao. To be honest, I really don't have much confidence in that kid. Comprehension of the creation realm? I'll have one too, and I'll bet on Li Yunxiao. An extremely sharp aura broke through the air and dazzled everyone's eyes. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the gambling table. Siaz, another creation stage existence. Gu Qingqing suddenly exclaimed. The person in front of her was Hao Feng. Gu Qingqing could no longer detect his cultivation state, but he was no weaker than Li Mongshan and the others. It was a realm that had not been seen in 100,000 years. At this moment, the big black girl had gathered 4 of them. Although everyone's aura was hidden, that kind of powerful existence had a natural superior aura, which made people want to worship. Ha! Congratulations to you 3. With the 4 lords in the realm of heavenly martial arts, there's no need to worry about the demonic war. A loud and clear voice sounded. A man stood in the air and slowly flew down. Chu Hongyan was shocked. You're Jinjin. The man in front of him looked unfamiliar, but he felt extremely familiar. She was pure and intelligent. From the voice before and the temperament now, she immediately understood. She said happily, Congratulations, Lord Mudi, for successfully possessing the body. The man was none other than Ling Mudi. He had taken over Feng Yaoli's body and transformed from Huodo's real body into his human form, changing into his appearance 100,000 years ago. I didn't expect that I would have a chance to recover my looks, Ling Mudi said with a smile. The heavens are really kind to me. Chu Hongyan smiled. Your Excellency has the world in your heart. You're fair and selfless. You'll have good results. Li Mongshan's eyes revealed a strange look. He sized him up and said in surprise, It's rare to see such a thorough possession. Darren's strength should be at the peak of the void tier, right? It's just a coincidence, Ling Mudi said with a smile. The soul brand of Huodo's true form had long been erased by Feng Yaoli. Feng Yaoli himself was only an external host, so it was much easier for the Mu Lingdi to erase his soul brand. Feng Yaoli would never have dreamed that after 100,000 years, he would end up making a wedding dress for Ling Mudi. Even a peerless powerhouse standing at the top of the world was just a stone in the long river of fate, flowing along with the rapid current. Li Mongshan said, It's very difficult to improve one's realm by possessing a body. It's because the soul brand is very difficult to erase. With your body, I'm afraid you have a great chance of reaching the creation realm. It all depends on fate, said Ling Mudi in a neither humble nor haughty manner. The few of them looked at each other and nodded. Everyone understood that at their level the importance of opportunities far exceeded hard work, but without hard work, there would be no opportunities. On the path of the divine path, one could only move forward tirelessly and bravely. As for which step one would take, one could only adapt to the situation. I want to place a bet too. I want to bet that Big Brother Yunxiao will win. A bell-like voice rang out. It was Water Deity. She walked straight to the gambling table under everyone's gaze. He even complained that Li Mongshan was blocking the way and shouted, Move! He shouted. She pushed him away. Everyone's head was full of black lines, and their backs were cold. Li Mongshan stood there in a daze, not knowing whether he should be angry or not when his dignity as a creation realm powerhouse was offended. The water deity stretched out her hand and a golden lotus flower condensed in her palm. She slapped it on the table and it turned into a solid golden lotus. This Fa Hua lotus platform is my wager. I bet on Big Brother Yunxiao winning. Gu Qingqing couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the people around her were in an uproar. Is this girl stupid? She even dares to use this thing to gamble? Does her family not care? Hee hee, this is getting more and more interesting. The four kings are betting their entire lives. It's no big deal to bet an additional Saint Tool, right? Mu Lingdi and the other four creation stage powerhouses were all shocked. Their eyes shone as they stared at the lotus seat. Gulp! Gu Qingqing swallowed her saliva and said, "All right, I'll take it." She had already bet her entire life on it, so she didn't care if she had to pay. Even if she died, she would die with her bones crushed. The other party couldn't even whip her corpse. If we win, thinking of the many chips in this bet, Gu Qingqing's eyes couldn't help but light up, and even her shoulders trembled with excitement. Ling Mu Di and the others all looked at her coldly. Chu Hongyan sneered. It seems that Lady Gu Qingqing has already made up her mind to die as an apology. That's good too. It will prevent us from tarnishing the reputation of the Divine Cloud Palace. It's not certain who will die. I think Yunxiao's chances of winning are almost zero. Gu Qingqing retorted sarcastically. She wished she could fly away right now, find Yunxiao, and beat him up so badly that she would definitely win. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud thunder, and the entire sky seemed to have been split in half. The clouds rolled away and a ray of light descended from the sky, illuminating the world. Li Yunxiao is here. It wasn't known who cried out, but everyone's hearts trembled as they hurriedly turned their gazes over. The crowd on the big black girl's back surged, all of them gathering towards that multicolored light. Ling Mudi's eyes glowed as he said, "Ling-er, have you set up the battle stage for the competition?" Master Amaterasu said that the refining this time will be earth-shattering. Ding Linger quickly said, "The ordinary battle stage has already been set up, so they can directly use the heaven and earth as a furnace without any space restrictions." Ling Mudi calmed himself down and nodded. "That's good. I was too focused on my appearance." Ding Ling gazed at the colorful clouds that looked like divine light, and she murmured, "In this life, no matter how you cut me, I will not be afraid." Yunxiao's figure could be vaguely seen in the colorful clouds. He stood tall and straight, with lotuses blooming with each step he took. A great light appeared behind him, as if he did not exist in this world. Gu Qingqing sneered. Every time he makes an appearance, it's always earth-shattering and dazzling. It's as if he's afraid that people don't know he's coming. The water deity's beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared at Yunxiao without blinking and snorted. "What do you know? This is what you call handsome." "Handsome? You think you're handsome just because you put a CD on your back?" Gu Qingqing snorted disdainfully. Only people who have no confidence in themselves would use such an exaggerated way to show off. The Misty Rock Lord was not very optimistic about Yunxiao's move. He frowned and said, "I'm afraid this appearance will consume a lot of energy, right? Although it's eye-catching, it's not wise to do so before the great tournament." Could it be that he's confident in winning? Against MR.AI, who would dare to say that they have a plan in mind? Mo laughed coldly. He probably knew he was going to lose, so he decided to give it his all. He wanted to show off and leave so that he wouldn't lose too badly. Like Gu Qingqing, he had received AL's help before, so he was very grateful. Besides, he was a monster, so he naturally had the best impression of L. At this moment, the entire black girl was surrounded by martial artists. There were tens of thousands of people scattered in the sky, all to witness this historical showdown. There were only a few people who had personally experienced the battle between the two of them at the Sea of Soul Formation, but word of mouth had long made it popular and deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. At this moment, Yunxiao had arrived, and everyone immediately felt an infinite yearning in their hearts. They could not help but wave their arms and shout, "Li Yunxiao! Gu Fei Yang! Alliance Master Yun!" The shouts resounded through the sky and the earth, forming a surging momentum. They grew louder and louder, more and more uniform, causing one's mind to be stirred. With a smile on his face, Xianxia, dressed in white, took a few steps and landed on an array tower. With his hands behind his back, he closed his eyes and meditated, quietly waiting for the arrival of another person. Xianxiao's mountain-like cries grew louder, and rings of air waves and primordial energy surged between heaven and earth, blowing at his face and long hair. Although the extreme of heaven and earth was moving, Xianxiao's mind kept calming down. Gu Qingqing suddenly shouted, "What are you shouting for? Don't forget who you bet on." This voice was extremely penetrating, as if a basin of cold water had been poured on everyone's heads. The atmosphere around the big black girl instantly turned cold. Everyone immediately shut their mouths, and then it began to become noisy, and there were even quarrels. Gu Qingqing laughed proudly. "Haha, it seems that we're not stupid. We know where we stand." After all, most of the people had bet on Al to win. For a time, boos, sneers, and mockery filled the hall, and some people even argued with those who had bet on Xianxia. What a bunch of boring people. They're so noisy. In the air, Ling Bai looked down with a cold gaze. His sword-like brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was not happy. Hee. It's been a long time since it's been so lively. It's good to let them get excited. Duanmu Yoyu laughed lightly. "I wonder who will win this competition. I'm really looking forward to it." Duanmu Tsang replied, "I've just tried to divine it. I have no clue at all. The heavenly Tao is unpredictable. I'm afraid the result of the competition is close to the heavenly Tao." "That's natural," Duanmu Yoyu said seriously. "The two of them have the strongest comprehension of the art of divination in the world. If you make any random speculations, be careful not to suffer a backlash from the heavens. You must not mess around." Duanmu Tsang stuck out his tongue, looking scared. As for Zhua Qingfan and Teng Guang, who were still standing beside them, they were both silent. Ever since Teng Guang lost the supreme Tao fruit, his power had dropped drastically and he had been recuperating with all his heart. Furthermore, he had completely given up on his pursuit of the divine Tao and devoted himself to the Tao of formations. This allowed him to reach a higher level in the Tao of formations. By chance, he had finally entered the Tao of formations. With the cultivation resources of Yanwu, he had stepped into the true immortal realm not long ago. Even though he had reached the God realm, his pursuit of the God Tao had already completely faded. He was only glad that he had a few hundred more years of life and could continue to study the array Tao. Duanmu Tsang was puzzled. Why isn't Al here yet? Is it not ready yet? If that's the case, Xianxia will win for sure. That's impossible, Zhua Qingfan chuckled. MR.AI had already arrived. It's just that no one noticed it in the sea of people and noise just now. There. Isn't that it? He pointed his finger down. Duanmu Tsang was taken aback. He looked in the direction that the person was pointing at and saw Al Hui's figure in the crowd. Although he was standing at the front, he was still ignored by everyone. Isn't this Al a little too low-key? Zhua Qingfan nodded and said, MR.AI is indeed a low-key person. Besides, if MR.AI pursues an effective entrance, the energy consumed will be enough to affect his subsequent matches. But Li Yunxiao will not. I see, Duanmu Tsang said. Is this also part of Li Yunxiao's plan? Zhua Qingfan shook his head slightly. Clearly, he did not know anything. It must be. Based on my understanding of Gu Feiyong, he's frighteningly meticulous. He's calculated every single thing. Unfortunately, Al would not fall into his trap and pursue this boring appearance effect. Al is a more practical person. MR.AI. It's MR.AI. Finally, there were other people who also discovered AL's existence. They immediately exclaimed and burst into enthusiastic applause. The cheers were no less than Yunxiao's, and the number of humans cheering was much more than the demons, all of whom had bet on AIing. It was only then that Al walked out under everyone's gaze. With a smile on her face, she leaped lightly onto the array tower directly opposite Yunxiao. Al Hui was plain and low-key, which was in sharp contrast to Yunxiao's overbearing aura. The two of them immediately attracted everyone's attention. The former was as steady as a rock from another mountain, while the latter was as dazzling as an otherworldly jade. It was just that jade and stone countered each other, so who could be good to himself? MR.AI, you are really low-key, Xianxia said with a smile. If someone with sharp eyes had not noticed you, I would have thought that you were just a salted fish seller standing there. Young Master Yun, just take it that I'm selling salted fish, Al replied after a slight pause. Cut the crap, Xianxia snorted coldly. Let's start. Al reached out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Xianxia flicked his sleeve and looked at Al Hui. There are no restrictions in today's game. Whoever refines a profound level weapon will win. Is that okay? Of course, Al nodded. As long as the rules young Master Yun mentioned don't lie to me, it's fine. Yunxiao's face flushed as he recalled how he had tricked him back then. He could not help but feel a little guilty as he said angrily, Bullshit, why would I trick you? I'm the Heavenly Martial Alliance's leader, and everyone's eyes are on us. That's the best, Al smiled. Let's start, Xianxia said grumpily. Let's get started. Lord Mu-Di, please maintain order and let the people of the world be the judge, he shouted as he looked into the distance. All right, Ling Mu-Di immediately shouted. Everyone, step back. No one is allowed within a 10,000-foot radius of the competition area. Under the command, a large number of martial artists scattered and flew up, retreating in all directions. Only then did Xianxia reach out his hand and stare at Al Hui as he said, Please. Al nodded gently and lowered his eyes. His expression became calmer and calmer, as if the world in front of him had completely disappeared, and he was the only one left in the world. Xianxia was slightly surprised, and a rare look of solemnity appeared on his face. Al Hui's achievements in the art of sorcery far surpassed his, and it was all thanks to his own talent and comprehension that he had today. And it was only because of various opportunities that he was able to get to where he was today. In just a few breaths, Xianxia had already sensed the silence around him. Influenced by it, he felt that the whole world had become quiet. Not good. Xianxiao's heart trembled, and he immediately came back to his senses from Al Hui's aura. He could not help but break out in cold sweat. What a powerful talent! Just by standing there, he affected the world formed by the laws of heaven and earth, and even Li Yunxiao was almost affected. 10,000 feet away, Amaterasu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. Yuan Gaohan's expression was solemn as he stared at the two figures in the middle of the sea of people. Although I hate Li Yunxiao, as a human, I still hope that he will win. But, I'm sorry, you just can't see any hope of Li Yunxiao winning. Can you? Amaterasu glanced at him indifferently. I can't say there's no hope, but it's just slim. Yuan Gaohan nodded. Li Yunxiao, Master, and I are all 10th level sorcerer gods, but the difference between us is obvious. Yunxiao is a man of great fortune. He has directly obtained Lord Yenshin's inheritance. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult for him to break through the 10th tier of condensing the light of the Arcana God. I, on the other hand, am rewarded by the heavenly Tao, and I have dedicated my life to the Tao of Alchemy, not daring to slack off in the slightest. After receiving the teachings of my master, I didn't dare to overstep my boundaries on the path of righteousness. Finally, I reached the heavens and became a sorcerer god. Master, on the other hand, is an extremely talented person. He was born with a strong sense of magic. Furthermore, he has read thousands of ancient books and is involved in no less than 1,000 types. He has gathered all the achievements of the past and present. It is only natural that he has achieved what he has today. It's rare for you to have such insight. Tenzhozi nodded and smiled while stroking his beard. Those who know others are wise, and those who know themselves are wise. Only by understanding yourself can you develop your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. But the three of them have obvious flaws. Li Yunxiao is a dual cultivator. Yuan Gaohan continued. While he has made great achievements in martial arts, it's very difficult for him to balance his cultivation with sorcery. As for me, I'm limited by my talent and luck, so I can't do anything. Yuan Gaohan sighed slightly and no longer spoke. However, Amaterasu did not let him go. He asked with a smile. Then what about your master? Yuan Gaohan cupped his fists and bowed. Disciple is speaking nonsense. I hope master can forgive me. Master's weakness is that he's broad but not proficient. He wants to learn and understand every technique, thus limiting his own height. Tian Zhaozi lifted him up and said seriously, Your words are true, so there's no need to ask for forgiveness. I also understand the principle of taking a broad path but not focusing on it. However, there are 3,000 weak waters and a myriad of spells. But in the end, they can't resist the temptation, and it's difficult to continue to study it. You've talked about the three of us? Amaterasu continued. What's your evaluation of Al? Yuan Gaohan's eyes flickered and he calmly said, This person Al was born for the Tao of sorcery. I even have a feeling that he is the incarnation of the Tao of sorcery in this era. He had luck, talent, and hard work. It was as if he did not have any obvious flaws. Even when I just arrived in Yanwu and became a sorcerer god, I still felt that there was an insurmountable gap between us. He sounded a little sad, and a lonely expression appeared on his face. You're not the only one who has this feeling, Tenzhou sighed. When I first saw this man, I already had the same feeling. I'm afraid Yunxiao feels the same. This was an extremely sharp intuition among warlock gods, and it could not be wrong. My magical Dao domain might not be inferior to Yunxiao's, but I wasn't as brave as him. Back then, when he stood up and fought, I was already a little ashamed of my inferiority. Master is thinking about the big picture, Yuan Gaohan said hurriedly. After all, he was one of the two leaders of the Art Dao. If he loses, the impact will be too great. It's the best choice for Yunxiao to fight. Tian Zhaozi shook his head and smiled. He's not a pure alchemist because of his reputation, but Alta is. It's a blessing to be born in the same era as him. Yuan Gaohan also smiled and nodded. You're right, master. If it weren't for these two people, I wouldn't be interested in the art of this era. While the two of them were talking, Al raised his hand gently in the extremely quiet domain. This small movement immediately touched the hearts of tens of thousands of people, and tens of thousands of eyes stopped on him. Tian Zhaozi and Yuan Gaohan also immediately stopped talking and stared at him. The two of them were even more nervous than Yunxiao and the others in the duel, and their palms were sweating. Can you really refine that thing? Al raised his hand and twisted his wrist gently. A stream of flowing light and vibrant colors shot out from his palm. This small change caused the clouds in the surroundings to gather. The large white clouds turned into colorful light that reflected off his palm. The sky is filled with sunset. Many members of the demon clan exclaimed in surprise, all of them extremely excited. This was Al's portable auxiliary tool, which had no physical form. As the multicolored light in his palm shone, purple chi shot out from Al Hui's body and circulated in the sky, directly condensing into a solid purple cauldron. As soon as the cauldron came out, Yunxiao was startled, feeling that the man was even more powerful than before. What's going on? Can the cauldron increase one's strength? Or did Al Hui refine it again? Yunxiao was a little suspicious. The purple cauldron materialized in the air, full of spiritual energy and constantly spinning. With each rotation, the purple light expanded a little, and a formation light appeared in a radius of 300 meters. Countless strange runes and lines surrounded the cauldron. Ai Qing gently flew up from the formation tower, crossed the purple cauldron, and stepped on the formation light. She made a hand seal with one hand, and the light of a warlock god spread out from her body. Various materials began to appear in the white light condensed by his spiritual power. That's Yingluo. Not only Yunxiao but everyone else was also taken aback. Their eyes were wide open, and they kept rubbing their eyes, thinking that they had seen wrong. Oh my god! Is he joking? What does M.AI want to refine? Could it be a trap? He probably set up this trap to cheat us of our money? There were exclamations everywhere, and the crowd suddenly became restless. Gu Qingqing's expression also changed, her face turning pale. She appeared beside Tian Zhaozi in a flash and said coldly, Master Amaterasu, you're not playing with me, are you? Gu Qingqing's eyes were filled with killing intent, as if she was going to tear Xianxia into pieces. The space around them trembled slightly. Ling Mudi and the other three kings appeared instantly and stopped Gu Qingqing, afraid that she would do something impulsive. Xianxia, on the other hand, was calm and said, "Calm down. Don't disturb me from watching the battle." Gu Qingqing gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Calm down your sister, you liar. I'll kill you for messing with me." Gu Qingqing's emotions exploded. Thinking of the bet she had made, she couldn't help but feel a chill. She wanted to die together with Tenzhou Zi, this big liar. However, before her powerful momentum could burst out, she was suppressed by the Lingmu flute and the power of the three kings. Not only were all her meridians sealed, but she couldn't even move her fingers. Only her eyes could still move. His big, lively eyes were full of killing intent as he stared at Lingmu Di and the others. The misty rock master laughed. Hearing his laughter, Gu Qingqing felt a chill down her spine, and she was so scared that she almost cried. What the hell is this Al doing? Did I see it wrong? In the sky, the few titled martial sovereigns gathered together and looked doubtful as well. This was because within Al's warlock god's light, there were thousands of things floating and flashing, all of which were the most ordinary things. Although there were also many heavenly treasures mixed in, most of them were ordinary stones, weeds, tree bark, ants, mantises, carps, cups, pillows, and kasaya. Ding Ling was also stunned, because most of Al's items were collected and handled by her. Although there were a few mixed items, most of them were the most common things. Moreover, there were more and more of those strange things. There were also steamed buns, hose, pig heads, and pishio. Yunxiao's face turned extremely unsightly. According to his divine sense, there were at least 100,000 things coming out. Although he did not know what Al was going to do, he knew that it would never try to make things mysterious. Furthermore, sensing these 100,000 items was extremely taxing on one's mental strength. Not only did one have to have precise control, but they also had to sense the minute changes in each item. This move was a sign that one's understanding of spiritual power had reached the peak. Lord Amaterasu, what exactly is Al trying to do? Lingmu Di could not help but ask. Xianxia, on the other hand, had a serious expression. He forced a laugh and said, "What do you think these materials are, Lord Mu Di?" "These things can't be called materials anymore," said Lingmu Di, "because most of them are just ordinary things that can be easily obtained." "That's right," Amaterasu nodded. "We collectively call these things all things. All things. Heaven and earth were the cauldrons, and all things were medicine." The few of them were stunned. They seemed to be touched, but they didn't understand what the key was. It was as if a flash of inspiration had appeared in their minds and disappeared in an instant, causing the creation realm experts to be extremely vexed. After all, Lingmu Di was an alchemist, and he was suddenly shocked. Is Al going to refine all things, evolve a world, and directly refine a holy weapon? Xianxia looked at him indifferently and said, "Although Yunxiao didn't get the recipe of a saint weapon from the space of the secret treasure ring, he was the one who refined a quasi-saint weapon. With Lord Bo Mu assisting him, it would not be impossible for him to refine another saint artifact. If that's the case, I don't think Al Bai will win." "What?" This time, everyone's expression really changed, and their attitude of watching a show was completely gone. Could there be something even more powerful than a holy weapon? Li Mongshan could not help but exclaim, "Isn't this too hard to understand?" "I don't really understand either," Xianxia said with a smile. "It's just that I like to read extensively and have seen such a record in an ancient scroll collected by the Sanctum." At that time, he thought it was nonsense, but he didn't expect it to really appear in front of him one day. "Even now, I'm still in a daze." The referee couldn't hold it in anymore and said in a muffled voice, "It's getting more and more mysterious. What does Lord Al want to refine?" I can see that Yunxiao's face has turned green, so he must have realized something. They looked at the center of the competition, and as the judge had said, Yunxiao's face turned green. The water deity said angrily, "Don't try to be mysterious. What does this old man know?" Big brother Yunxiao's face is a little green because of the purple cauldron's light. What kind of eyes do you have? Amaterasu, Ing Luo. Above the formation tower, Yunxiao did not move. He kept staring at El Hui, and as if he had thought of something, he gritted his teeth and said, "Refining all things? To think you could think of that. However, refining all things is just reconstructing the world and forging a holy weapon. Let's not talk about whether or not it will succeed. Even if it succeeds, it may not be able to defeat me." He suddenly moved as well. The cauldron of mountain and river flew out of his body and into the sky. The white light emitted from the cauldron formed a world of its own. It shone with the glow of the domain and split the sky into two. The water deity jumped up excitedly and waved her hand. Big brother Yunxiao has made his move. He'll definitely win. Yunxiao leaped into the air and stood in front of the cauldron of mountain and river. He performed an incantation gesture with both hands and gradually merged his body with the body of the cauldron. After a while, he entered a state of extreme silence and almost forgot about the existence of the owl. In front of him was the world of the cauldron of mountain and river, a vast world. "Sword, come!" As Yunxiao cried out, a cold light flashed in the sky, and a colorless flame jumped, turning into a lotus flower and falling down, then condensed into a red sword that hung straight on the cauldron. Then, he flicked his finger and shouted, "Sword, come!" With a clang, a cold light broke through the air, and a sharp sword chi soared into the sky. An extremely deep crack cut across the sky like a gully. The cold sword and the frost also fell down and hung above the cauldron of mountain and river. "Sword, come! Let's go!" Yunxiao cried out again. A silver light flashed high in the sky, and a mass of mercury the size of a watermelon appeared and dripped down. The mercury was so dazzling that it seemed to be on fire. It had a long tail, as if a paintbrush had drawn a silver track in the air. "Sword of light! He's refined it," Tian Zhaozi exclaimed. "He's already refined it." Yuan Gaohan was also shocked. "He can't be thinking of 3 swords into one again, right? Can you not be so old-fashioned?" Gu Qingqing had also started to move. After she calmed down, the 3 kings released her. "Haha. Although I don't really understand, it looks like we're about to lose before the match even starts. If he can really combine the 3 swords into one, he might not lose, but is that even possible?" The ice sword was already a holy weapon, and the red slash sword and the lightsaber were also not far from being holy weapons. How could you use such a method? Yunxiao is a little whimsical this time. "Humph," he snorted. Gu Qingqing said proudly, "It's obvious that he was forced into a dead end. That's why he did this." "TSK, what do you mean by being forced into a dead end?" "It's a kind of self-confidence, 100% self-confidence." A clear and cold sound of a counterattack rang out. Under the flash of red light, 2 figures flew down. They were Feini and Yunxiang, who had just come out of seclusion. Luo Yunxiang looked a little annoyed as she said, "Aya, it's already started. I missed the front." Fei and I glanced at Gu Qingqing coldly and said sarcastically, "Since you don't understand, then speak less and watch." "You coward!" Gu Qingqing was furious, but then her face changed, and she said in shock, "You're afraid of a creation realm expert." Feini's appearance also shocked many people, and after hearing Gu Qingqing's words, they were even more shocked. Another creation realm expert. Ling Mudi and the others were also surprised and delighted. In just a few months, the Heavenly Martial Union had 2 more creation realm experts. In addition to the 3 kings of Mysterious Separation Island, this force could directly kill their way into the Devil Realm. Ling Mudi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If they had broken through a few months earlier, the outcome of the Battle of the Red Moon City would have been rewritten, and so many of their comrades would not have fallen. Feini looked at Chu Hongyan and the others' surprised eyes and smiled. "Fortunately, I didn't fail my mission. It's all thanks to my husband for helping me find that heavenly phoenix feather. I only managed to completely refine it." "No matter what," Chu Hongyan said delightedly, "this is a great thing for Fei Yong and the heavenly martial arts realm." Fei and I nodded. "Let's talk later. Let's watch the match first. It's not only about my husband, but it's also the most powerful battle in the past 100,000 years. It's not easy to miss. She smiled, looking extremely confident. Luo Yunshang's face was also calm, without the slightest worry. Gu Qingqing was so angry that she grunted and crossed her arms over her chest as she watched the fight coldly, praying in her heart that Yunxiao would die soon. Al also saw Yunxiao's 3 sword strikes, and she could not help but show a surprised look and smile. After all, the 3 swords' sword chi was too powerful. Outside the domains of the 2 divine cauldrons, 3 layers of sword light appeared and enveloped the big black girl like a rainbow. Young Master Yun's idea is indeed good, but not only are the 3 swords' sword intents different, but their levels are also very different, and the degree of refinement is also different. It's too difficult to combine the 3 swords into one, Mo said. Al said with a smile. Humph, mind your own business. It's difficult for me, Yunxiao said coldly. What about you? To refine all things was even more so a fool's dream and unheard of. At least I've tried to refine the 3 swords into one before. I'm afraid your all-creation refinement only exists in theory, right? Ai Wei smiled and shook his head. The brief conversation between the 2 men was not concealed, and everyone within thousands of feet could hear it clearly. All kinds of discussions were immediately raised, especially among the alchemists, who were in a heated discussion. It was my idea to let him forge the 3 swords into one. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the center of Lingmu Di's group. 2 figures appeared together. It was Bo Mu and Bo Long. Father! The water deity shouted and jumped forward. The rest of the people also greeted him. Although I've refined a saint artifact, it's not suitable for Li Yunxiao, Bo Mu said. Letting him walk his own path is the best choice. With the experience of refining quasi-saint weapons, it's the opposite if I look for other things. That makes sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. But AI is not wrong, Tenzhou Zi said. Back then, he had refined all 3 swords by himself and evolved them from his own sword will. It was not difficult to combine them into one. However, the 3 swords are monstrously powerful. My lord, Bo Mu said with a smile. Don't forget that the current Li Yunxiao is not the Gu Feiyang of the past. These 2 can't be compared to each other in terms of martial arts, techniques, comprehension of the heavenly Tao, or all kinds of opportunities. Even if what you say makes sense, it's still hard for me to agree with his actions, Tenzhou said. Then how do you think we should win, my lord? This by Amaterasu was stunned for a moment. From his point of view, there was no way he could win. Bomu laughed. Hee, that's why taking the path that suits you the most is extremely difficult. However, there's still a chance of victory. If you change to refining other saint artifacts, your chances of victory will be even lower. All right, Your Excellency's words do make sense. I admit that if Li Yunxiao can fuse these 3 swords, he should be able to win, said Tenzatzi with a nod. It's just that it's too difficult. Who in this world can defeat AI so easily? Chu Hongyan said with a smile. At that moment, Yunxiao, who was in the middle of the competition, felt his state of mind become a little unstable as the 3 swords shook. El was right. The 3 swords were too different, not only in terms of level, material, sword intent, and other aspects. The sword Death's red slash was the best. After all, it was made by him, but the rainbow stone used was a material from the demon realm, which was incompatible with the frequency of the heavenly martial arts realm. The structure of the ice sword was also within the scope of his understanding, but it was extremely difficult to completely control it. He had to communicate with the sword spirit within it. He had only obtained the sword of contained light for a short time, so he had only added a few seals to it and refined it. At this moment, the 3 swords couldn't even merge their frequencies into one, let alone become one. Although he had foreseen this phenomenon before, it still made his breath unstable when it actually happened in front of him. I can't mess up my state of mind. Otherwise, I'll lose at the beginning. If Al wants to refine all things, it's far more difficult than me. He sneaked a glance at Al. Although the other party's expression was calm, he did not make any progress in the refining process. He was still sensing the power of all living things. After thinking it through, He calmed down and started with the sword essence according to his previous thoughts. He had comprehended and controlled the sword intents of the three swords to achieve the goal of fusing them into one. Under everyone's gaze, Xianxia began to move. He conjured his transcendence golden body and performed incantation gestures with his 6 arms at the same time, placing 3 swords in front of each of the 3 avatars and sending runes into them. The 3 layers of sword chi light that enveloped the sky also began to float up and down as the sword changed. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They felt that the 3 sword lights were extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, most of them would be cut into pieces. A look of joy appeared on Boemu's face as he praised. He's finally found the right direction. It's impossible to completely refine the 3 swords now, so we can only communicate with him through sword intent. In today's world, I'm afraid that there's no one who has comprehended the way of the sword better than you. Oh, Water Deity was overjoyed. Does that mean Big Brother Xianxia will win? Everyone's faces were filled with black lines, and Bomu said in a speechless manner, I've just taken the first step. I guess I have a 5% chance of winning. Why is it only 5%? The water deity was slightly taken aback and was a little unhappy with the last sentence. Looking at the water deity's dissatisfied look, everyone smiled. The so-called 5% was already an exaggeration. To start with the sword essence was just stepping into the entrance to ethereal opening. Only if Xianxia could really control and merge the 3 sword intents would he have a 5% chance of winning. Chu Hongyan said, Don't worry, sister. They predicted that MR.AI would be able to refine everything and create a holy weapon. The possibility of that is not much higher than the 3 flying swords in one. If MR.AI also fails, it will be a draw. In my opinion, the possibility of a draw is very high. A draw? Tian Zhaozi stared at the field, clearly disagreeing. He shook his head and said, Although it's very difficult to refine all things, Mr. AL's refining is constantly improving and changing with the passage of time, and it is carried out in an orderly manner. But Xianxia hasn't changed his mind for a long time. I'm a little worried. Chu Hongyan retorted, MR.AI has always been used to refining step by step, and Feiyong relied on surprise to win. I'm afraid MR.AI won't be able to catch up with us if there are any changes. Hee, I hope so. Tenzhou laughed. But no matter what, this is going to be an extremely exciting battle. I also hope that there will be some changes. The 3 layers of sword chi in the sky continued to rise and fall. As they collided with each other, a large number of sword talismans burst out, turning into colorful light spots that scattered around the black girl. It's hard to combine the 3 sword intents. Other than using it, you can also use your power to suppress it. However, if you suppress it, it won't be good for the 3 swords as one. In the sky, Ling Bai looked at the sword chi quietly and said, I'm afraid Li Yunxiao is going to lose this round. Tung Guang said, I think Al is also very troublesome. Refining all things involves the laws of all things. It might not be tolerated by the heavenly Tao. Just watch quietly. There might be a surprise. Duanmu Yoyu calculated with his fingers and shook his head. The outcome is still uncertain. If there were any variables, I should be able to predict it, but I still can't see any clues. 3 peerless swords were suspended around Yunxiao's transcendence golden body, and each incantation seal unleashed would stir up layers of sword beams that swept across the sky with the momentum of raging waves. Time passed by slowly, and in the blink of an eye several hours had passed. Most of the alchemists were shocked. They might not even be able to withstand such high-intensity control for an hour, but the 2 of them remained calm, as if they had just begun. Surprisingly, the 3 layers of sword chi in the sky began to stabilize. After hundreds of attempts to merge, each collision was not as intense as before. They could also overlap for a short period of time, but they could not last long. He actually managed to convince the 3 divine swords, Li Mongshan said in surprise. Perhaps this kid can make something amazing. Lord Amaterasu, do you still think that the fusion of sword intents is a problem? Tian Zhaozi looked up at the sword chi and shook his head. Lord Mangshan should know better than me that I only know how to refine artifacts, and Yunxiao's fusion of sword qi is completely beyond the scope of alchemy. The third level of sword qi seems much gentler than before. I also want to know if I can succeed. Tian Zhaozi looked at Ling Mu Di and Bo Mu, and said, "I'll wonder which lord can answer my questions?" Among the group, only Ling Mudi and Bo Mu had reached a certain level in both martial arts and technique. Li Yunxiao's understanding of the Tao of Sword can be said to be unparalleled in this world. Bo Mu said, "It's only a matter of time before the three sword wills merge into one. However, the unification of sword intent is only the beginning of the three swords unification. The longer it is delayed, the greater the consumption of his essence, energy, and spirit." MR.AI seems to be finishing his enlightenment, Ling Mu Di suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked over and saw that the warlock god's light around El Hui was beginning to change. The light turned milky white, and the hundreds of thousands of raw materials had almost disappeared. They all turned into a clear stream and flowed into the purple cauldron. As the clear stream poured in, multicolored light gathered in the higher heavens and spread out in an area of several thousand feet, reflecting and reflecting this scene. Heavenly Tao's response. "It's a success," Amaterasu cried out in surprise. Al had succeeded. He actually comprehended the laws of all things so smoothly and successfully took the first step. "I'll go." "You scared me to death." Fanny rolled her eyes at him and said, "You've only taken the first step. Is there a need to make such a big fuss? Don't tell me you've stayed in the divine capital of the holy region all day and haven't seen the world." Yuan Gaohan saw that someone was criticizing his master and immediately became dissatisfied, shouting, "What does a little girl know?" Although the first step was just the beginning, it was the most difficult step. Heaven and earth begets all things, and all things are different. Why are you a woman and I a man? Why is the child the reed, and the other the pebble? Why was it that 5 grains could be eaten, but cups were difficult to swallow? It was because the essence of all things was limited by the rules. Although they were in the same space, they were all different. It's easy to imagine how difficult it is to refine all things. All right, Fanny said nonchalantly. Even if what you said makes sense and Al is amazing, I still think that husband-sword intent fusion is even more amazing. You're so silly. Yuan Gaohan was speechless and angrily waved his sleeves. Too lazy to say anything. Hee. Fanny looked at his sullen expression and could not help but chuckle. However, under her smile, she could not hide the worry in her eyes. Suddenly, the sound of swords rang out around Yunxiao's transcendent's golden body. The 3 divine swords vibrated at the same time and rang in the sky. The 3 notes had different frequencies and different speeds, but in a few short breaths, they began to synchronize and gradually merge together. At the same time, the 3 sword lights above the big black girl also slowly fused together with the vibration of the rhythm. Only a small number of sword talismans burst out, but they soon disappeared. It's fused. All the people around cheered, and their eyes turned from Al Hui to Yunxiao with shocked expressions. After all, most of them were not alchemy masters like Yuan Gaohan, but laymen who just watched the show. The visual effect of the fusion of Yunxiao's 3 sword wills was far better than Al Hui's understanding of the rules of all things. Alliance Master Yun will win. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, and for a while, the applause was thunderous and lasted for a long time. Gu Qingqing cursed. "A bunch of shallow people. What's the use of a great momentum? The truth will always be in the hands of a few." The 3 sword essences slowly merged and finally turned into a white sword light. The boundary power of the sword suddenly expanded by tens of thousands of feet, becoming more magnificent and bright. What a powerful sword intent. Can even penetrate the bottle and let me feel it. Tens of thousands of feet high in the sky, Wei Qing was wearing a long robe. The strong wind blew his hair and beard wildly, but an extremely strange voice came from his body. Is he really that powerful? Hearing this, Wei Qing's eyelids twitched, and his eyes lit up. The voice continued. Perhaps it has something to do with the opening of the treasure bottle's restriction, and the fact that I've recovered a lot of my strength. However, this sword essence monastic robe is indeed not to be underestimated. Wei Qing nodded. I'll take note. This person is the strongest swordsman of our generation. He also has a heavenly saint artifact of this world. Even if you didn't say so, I'd still be cautious. Oh? He's actually the wielder of an ascended tier equipment. The other party seemed to be very surprised. Even his voice was trembling and out of tune. Aren't you a little too excited? Wei Qing asked suspiciously. The other party laughed and did not answer the reason. He only said, with this old man's current strength, coming out would most likely be courting death. It's all thanks to you absorbing so much demonic chi that I was able to wake up from the seal. Otherwise, I'm afraid my life would have been lost in the yin and yang bottle. You're my savior, so I'll tell you some things when I recover my strength. You're from the devil realm, Wei Qing said coldly, and you're a sacred devil. Why should I believe you? The other party laughed wildly and said, ha ha, because I can take you to a higher mountain. Although you've absorbed enough demonic chi, it's almost impossible for me to recover my saint demon power in this bottle. If you have the opportunity, you should go to the demon realm. I'm not stupid enough to risk entering the demonic realm just to help you recover your strength. Wei Qing's expression changed slightly. The voice laughed. Of course I won't let you work for nothing. You have just reached the void realm. With your talent, you have a little bit of confidence to reach the fate realm, but that will be many years later. The place I'm going to has something called the demon bone of transforming Qilin. This item can help you break through to the creation realm directly. Even if it's your human body, it won't be a problem. This is because such a divine item is formed from the power of the universe's heavenly Tao. It will not be restricted by any plane or race. I'll directly break through to the creation realm. Wei Qing was shocked. No matter how firm his heart was, he couldn't withstand the impact of this news. He didn't feel good. Don't worry, I won't lie to you, the voice replied. Before I recover my strength, I won't be able to break free from the restraints of the yin-yang air bottle. If I'm disloyal, you can just activate the restriction in the bottle and I'll be suppressed back. Even if what you said is true, Wei Qing snorted coldly. With my current realm, I don't have the strength to break into the devil realm. I'll just be courting death if I go. Ha ha ha. The voice laughed wildly. You think too highly of the devil world and look down on yourself. Let's not talk about your cultivation base. You just need to stabilize your current void realm and then concentrate on refining the yin and yang air bottle. This way, after entering the demon world, even if he encountered a demon venerable, he would have a way to save his life. With the power of this yin-yang air bottle, it's enough to protect you from the suppression of the devil world's power. I can't guarantee my life if I encounter the demon venerable. There shouldn't be any holy demons in the demon realm now, right? Wei Qing was obviously tempted. The voice was silent for a moment. I've forgotten how many years I've been sealed. I'm not sure what's the situation now. However, the demon realm is much larger than the heavenly martial realm. I don't think it's possible for there to be no holy demons. Holy fiend. Wei Qing was shocked. In that case, there's most likely a holy fiend in the fiend world. Of course. Other things aside, I'm a holy demon, right? If the yin and yang air bottle wasn't in your hands, but somewhere in the devil world, wouldn't you have it? The voice snorted. Hearing this, Wei Qing was silent, his mood a little heavy. The voice continued, ha ha. Don't worry. As long as I recover my strength, even a holy demon won't be a match for me. At that time, I can protect you, and you can do whatever you want in the two worlds. Wei Qing laughed coldly in his heart. If you recover your strength, I'm afraid you'll be the first one to kill me. Of course, he would never say this out loud. Although he still had some doubts about this matter, the temptation of the demon bone of transforming Qilin was too great for him. It was worth a risk. That demon was right. If he relied on his own talent to cultivate, it would be unknown when he would break through to the manifestation realm. Moreover, as long as he refined the yin and yang air bottle faster, just like what the demon had said, he would be able to protect himself even if the demon escaped. Then I'll have to trouble you for everything. If we work together, it'll be beneficial to both of us. But if we split, it'll be detrimental to both of us. Hee hee. That's only natural. The voice laughed in response and then fell silent. At that moment, the cheers in the field began to die down. As the three sword wills merged into one, the 6 eyes of Xianxiao's three-faced Dharma form also widened, shooting out beams of golden light. The water deity was shocked and said happily, "The Eye of Truth? It's the Sun True spell." "This Li Yunxiao is really a man of extraordinary talent," Polong praised. "I didn't expect him to cultivate the sun incantation to such an extent in such a short time." Bomu smiled and said nothing. He and Yunxiao had been in seclusion for several months. In addition to discussing the refinement of saint artifacts, they had also been cultivating 4 divine arts at the same time with the True Sun mantra as their main technique. The Eye of Truth's magical power could allow him to understand the essence and structure of all things, which was of great benefit to the 3 swords as one. Yunxiao had mastered 4 divine arts at the same time and verified them with each other. As a result, his cultivation was like a tiger that had grown wings, and his progress was rapid. At this moment, the 3 divine swords glowed with sword light and transformed into waves of light that spread out. The long smoke disappeared. Within a radius of 10,000 feet, there were no clouds. Only the cold sword light shone on the unruly figure between heaven and earth. Yunxiao's aura was awe-inspiring. His straight brows relaxed, and his eyes sparkled as he performed incantation seals one after another. Each movement was as standard as a textbook, pleasing to the eye and dizzying to the eyes. Boom! Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars came from the sky, jolting everyone awake. They all looked up in horror. In an instant, the world turned dark, and black clouds filled the sky above the big black girl. Lightning constantly shuttled between the black clouds, as if lightning snakes were gathering towards the center. "Why is there lightning?" Yunxiao's hand, which was forming a seal, paused for a moment, and he could not help but look in the direction of Alhui. After the myriad things turned into streams of light and poured into the purple cauldron, Alhui had been silently performing incantation gestures. Although his movements were not as dazzling as Yunxiao's, they were still as smooth as flowing water and dazzling the eyes of others. MR.AI is gathering lightning. He wants to use lightning as fire to temper the purple cauldron. Amaterasu could not help but feel nervous. His hands clenched tightly, and his heart was filled with emotions. He could not help but recall that in the past, at the Soul Formation Sea, Alhui was schemed against by Gu Feiyong and was attacked by heavenly lightning, which caught Alhui off guard. He didn't expect that after a few decades, Alhui's own comprehension and application of the power of lightning had reached such an exquisite level. MR.AI is truly a peerless genius. Yuan Gaohan also sighed. The thunderbolts and electric snakes in the dark clouds seemed to be riding the wind and breaking the waves, continuously condensing above the purple cauldron. No, water deity was not convinced. She shouted, "In this world, in terms of thunderbolt divine arts, who can be better than Big Brother Yunxiao?" These words were true, but no one replied. Everyone was staring at the sky in a daze. These thunderbolts were not gathered by Alhui's divine power, but by the celestial phenomenon that was triggered by refining. That alone made him superior to Yunxiao. The lightning bolts slithered over like snakes, forming a huge halo. It was like a brand new world of lightning that had come from the void. The huge change in the weather immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they seemed to have forgotten Yunxiao's existence for a moment. This lightning was born from the void, yet it manifested itself in the heavens. Bo Mu said in shock, his expression one of utter shock. "It's condensed and doesn't seem man-made." In the city of Yanwu, only 2 people had the strongest sense of lightning, and they were Little Qing and Yunxiao. The 2 of them were shocked. Under the influence of the lightning field, their bodies could sense the electricity. Lightning constantly flashed on their bodies, making crackling sounds. Yunxiao was also affected, and he stopped performing the incantation gesture. Even so, more and more lightning bolts burst out of his body, and even his 3 divine swords began to be covered in electric arcs. There was even a faint purple glow at the edge of the electric arc. "Purple lightning! It's purple!" Someone cried out in surprise. Due to the 10,000 snakes entry, The world of thunder was getting stronger and stronger. The energy in the field was constantly being compressed, and it was starting to turn purple. Duh! He actually triggered the world-destroying lightning of the Brahma Zifu. Are Vaughn kidding me? TS the heavenly Tao going to destroy the treasure that has surpassed the realm. There was a huge commotion in the crowd. Many people retreated in fear, afraid that they would be affected by the purple lightning and instantly be smashed to pieces. The purple lightning gathered more and more, and just the pressure of it was enough to make many people feel uncomfortable and pale, let alone destroy the world. The misty rock master calmly looked at the lightning, sighing softly. The weak don't even have the right to appreciate the rules of the world. Ling Mudi's figure flashed and appeared in the sky. He said in a clear voice, "Everyone, don't panic. This isn't purple lightning destroying the world. Our AI has used a secret art to condense purple lightning to temper all living things. There won't be any danger." Only after hearing Mu Lingdi's explanation did the disturbance calm down. So it's because it's in harmony with the heavenly Tao during the refinement process. So it attracted purple lightning to boost its power. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. While they were full of admiration, they still felt sorry for him and didn't dare to get too close. Qing stood far away in the crowd. It looked up at the sky and muttered, "It's easy to trigger the purple lightning, but it's hard to control it. How can Al Hui control the purple lightning? Isn't he afraid that he'll burn himself playing with fire and turn into ashes?" After thinking for a moment, he laughed at himself and said, "However, with 5 creation realm experts and me here, even if the purple lightning strikes, they should be able to control it." He licked his lips and stared at the world of thunder with a burning gaze, muttering, "This thing is a great tonic, hee." Yunxiao's face was extremely unsightly at the moment. His innate lightning body had become a burden at the moment, and under the influence of the purple lightning, it was constantly being disintegrated. There were even lightning talismans surging out of his body. The 3 swords that were already under his control began to flash with purple light and emit violent trembling sounds. The previous fusion of sword intent was almost in vain. "Damn it! Damn it!" Yunxiao cursed. "This affects the fairness. If I can't control it, I'll release the 3-sword chi. If the first one to break your purple cauldron is me, don't blame me." His threat was undisguised, and everyone heard it clearly. Immediately, a strong sense of dissatisfaction and protest erupted, and the sky was filled with curses. Openly threatening MR.AI, "How can we compete? Do you have any sense of shame? And you're the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance? You're too shameless. I strongly request that Yunxiao be declared the loser." "What do you mean shameless?" It was Al first summoning the purple lightning that affected the president's refining process. Okay? Who's the shameless one here? A large number of warriors who had bet on Yunxiao's victory retaliated, and the area 1,000 feet away was suddenly in an uproar. If not for a large number of experts holding down the fort, they would have probably started fighting directly. "All right, be quiet. The ones who really affect alchemy are you quarrels. Whoever dares to speak nonsense will get lost immediately." Ling Mudi shouted in a deep voice. He used sound wave divine art, and his sound turned into air waves that covered over, shaking everyone until they were confused and didn't dare to speak anymore. Al Hui's expression was calm from beginning to end, and the hand seals in his hands changed at a moderate pace. It was as if all the purple lightning in the sky had been emptied out of his perception. His entire world had been still from beginning to end. It was not until the purple lightning came crashing down, as if an entire world had gathered in the sky, that he slowly raised his head and gave Yunxiao a look. Those eyes were as clear as water, so calm that there were no ripples. It was just a glance, but it caused a great stir in Yunxiao's heart, as if his state of mind had been completely shattered by the look. "Al, you can't." Many demons had powerful magical powers that could suppress their demon forms and turn them into human-like forms. Al Hui was like this. He had always appeared in front of everyone as an elegant young man. If he had not called himself a demon, no one would have seen through his demon body. However, under the powerful pressure of the purple lightning, Al Hui finally began to transform. Al's ears became long and sharp, and her face became more delicate and soft. A pair of demonic eyes with vertical slits shimmered, and her thin pink lips were slightly pursed. Her skin was as smooth as a light blue gem, and there was an amazing beauty in her demonic beauty. Why, your Xianxia was completely stunned. The change in front of him was even more shocking than the purple lightning transforming his body. You're a woman. At this moment, Alruluo's long hair fluttered behind her, and her figure was graceful. Even a blind person could tell that Al Hui was a woman, not to mention that he had cultivated eye techniques, wondrous spiritual eyes, and the eye of truth. As Yunxiao's mind was in turmoil, the three divine swords began to lose control and let out fierce cries. The sword chi was even out of control. It shot out from the sword and slashed at the illusory light of the physical body, causing ripples. It was not just Yunxiao. Even the rumbling of purple thunder within thousands of feet had quieted down, and the entire area around the black girl was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Swish! He suddenly had a thought and cried out, "She's from the Monster Slayer clan. No wonder Xianxia. Monster taming? I don't think I've heard of him before," asked Lingmu Di. "He should be an unknown existence among the demon race, right?" Mo's expression was a little complicated as he nodded. "It's true that it doesn't have a prominent reputation, but that doesn't mean it's weak. A long time ago, the demon race was not ruled by the demon emperor alone, but by the demon emperor and the saintess. Holy maiden?" The surrounding people were shocked. When they looked at Al's appearance, they seemed to understand something. Mo nodded. Ever since the demon race had a saintess, almost every generation of saintesses has been assumed by the monster slayers. "The demon race should be a race of faith," said Lingmu Di, puzzled. "The saintess represents the lineage of faith. In terms of influence, she should be above the demon emperor. Then why wasn't there a holy maiden later on?" Richard fell silent and frowned. He didn't know whether he couldn't answer or he didn't want to answer, so he stopped talking. Al looked at Yunxiao quietly and said with a smile, "Young Master Yun, if you don't control your sword chi, you'll lose." It was only then that Yunxiao suppressed the shock in his heart and kept performing incantation gestures with his 6 arms, suppressing the 3 divine swords that had almost gone berserk again. How can you be a woman?" Yunxiao could not come back to his senses at the moment. Tian Zhaozi, Yuan Gaohan, and even some others were just like him, still in a daze, their brains completely short-circuited. "When did I say I'm a man?" Alhan said with a smile. Without waiting for Yunxiao's answer, she continued, "After the battle at the Sea of Soul Formation, I began to study the heavenly lightning with all my heart. Finally, the heavens did not let me down, and I found the method to guide the lightning to refine it. This gave me the idea of refining all living things. Now that I've fought you, I finally realized it." Yunxiao's face turned serious as he said with respect, "I have offended you all this time. Please forgive me. Mr.ai." Al Wan's eyes flickered and she said softly, "Can my gender cause such a huge change in you? Men can carry cauldrons, but women can't? The one in front of you is also an indomitable alchemist, that's all." Other than that year in the Sea of Soul Formation, he had never tasted defeat in the Tao of self-sacrifice. "I see." Yunxiao was moved. "As an alchemist, I will give you another defeat. Can I get my wish?" Al smiled. Under the cover of the purple lightning, her light blue skin seemed to have merged with the thunder world. Boom! Finally, there was an explosion of lightning. A purple lightning dragon descended and struck the cauldron. Boom, boom, boom. The purple cauldron trembled violently as if it was about to explode. At the same time, Al's face turned ashen, no longer as radiant as before. It was obvious that it had suffered a backlash. Yunxiao's heart sank. With a loud cry, his transcendent's golden body kept spinning while he controlled the 3 divine swords and cast incantation seals in all directions. Instantly, 5 shadows appeared around the cauldron of mountain and river and expanded in size. "That's Ingluo. 5 elements giant spirit?" Amaterasu was stunned. The 5 shadows grew to 300 meters tall, exuding powerful elemental power. They sensed each other, reinforcing and countering each other. They were the mutated elements of the 5 elements controlled by Xianxia, the purple gold worm of divine intent, the thunderwood transformation, the water element of heaven and earth, the fire of the phoenix, and the earth's breathing earth. Each of them had transformed into a giant spirit and stood around the cauldron of mountain and river. Sword, rise! The transcendent's golden body shouted. Its 6 arms formed a hand seal, and the 3 divine swords made a loud sound. Powerful sound waves materialized and condensed into air waves that spread out in all directions. However, with his previous experience, the 3 swords resonated with each other again. The different frequencies merged into one. Following that, the sword radiance flickered and the 3 swords floated above the cauldron of mountain and river. The earth, mountains, rivers, birds, fish, flowers, and trees engraved on the cauldron came to life. The body of the cauldron of mountains and rivers overflowed with flowing light, letting out a humming sound of all living things in harmony. The power of the world wrapped around the 3 swords and suppressed the extremely explosive chi waves. Under Yunxiao's control, the giant spirits of 5 elements each performed an incantation gesture, stood around the cauldron, and cast incantation seals into it. He suppressed the 3 swords with the power of the cauldron of mountain and river, and then fused the attributes of the 3 swords with the power of mutual promotion and restraint of the 5 elements. This Li Yunxiao is really an extraordinary genius. Yuan Gaohan couldn't help but exclaim, from the looks of it, if the 3 swords really combine into one, can he win? No one seemed to be able to answer. If M.AI didn't have the help of the purple thunder, perhaps Yunxiao could have won after he combined the 3 swords, said Tenzatzi in a deep voice. But it's hard to say now. Boom! The second purple lightning turned into a dragon and rushed into the sky. The purple cauldron trembled and almost collapsed. Finally, Al couldn't withstand the backlash. Her internal organs were seriously injured, and a stream of red flowed down from the corner of her mouth. On the other side, Yunxiao was sitting cross-legged above the cauldron of mountain and river. His 6 arms had never stopped, cooperating with the giant spirit of 5 elements. As the 5 giant spirits worked together, 5 elemental rings condensed on the cauldron of mountain and river. They flew down and suppressed the sharp light of the 3 swords. Everything in the world was within the 2 energies of yin and yang, and was one of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Even though the 3 divine swords had different attributes, they did not break away from the yin-yang 5 elements. Under the continuous impact of the 5 elements ring, they were getting closer and closer. Boom! Boom! 2 bolts of purple lightning seemed to have struck down from the sky, and both of them rushed into the purple cauldron. Boom! In the end, the purple cauldron was unable to contain such a huge amount of energy, and dozens of small holes on its body shot out lightning in all directions. The moment the lightning appeared, Lingmu Di and the others all moved. That was the Brahma Zifu world-destroying divine lightning. If even a tiny bit of it fell into the crowd, the consequences would be unimaginable. If it were to shoot into Yunxiao's refining domain, it would directly destroy the fairness of the competition. 7 or 8 figures flickered and extinguished all the purple lightning that shot out. They were Mu Lingdi and the 3 kings, as well as Nie, Feini, and Little Qing. Little Qing even absorbed the purple lightning into its body with a carefree expression, as if it still felt that it wasn't enough and was smacking its mouth. With these people taking action, the surrounding cultivators were all relieved. If even they could not stop it, then no one in the world could. Richard looked at Al with a serious expression. After Al suffered the backlash, Mo muttered to himself, as if he was a little absent-minded. As expected, it's the Kuan tribe. Saintus, please come in. Yunxiao was also shocked. He had thought that Al Hui would be unable to withstand the 2 purple thunderbolts and retreat in defeat, but he never dreamed that Al Hui would be able to withstand them. Al's skin cracked continuously, like a cracked silkworm cocoon. From the blue cracks, thousands of golden lights overflowed. What's going on with this Ingluo? Ingluo? Yunxiao was completely dumbfounded. He immediately returned to his senses and focused on his refinement. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't care about this pervert. No matter if she succeeds or not, As long as I can combine the three swords into one, I will win without a doubt. He was no longer affected by Al and focused on the fusion. Most of the blue skin on Al Huey's body had faded away, revealing the brilliance within. It was as clear as jade, as if it was condensed from pure light without any flaws. Another bolt of purple lightning struck down and shook the cauldron, causing Al Huey's body to shake slightly. The transparent golden light dazzled for a few moments before it calmed down. At this moment, Al seemed to have completely changed into a different person. It was so powerful that it could withstand the backlash of the purple lightning. Xianxia's face was pale, and the power of Al made him a little anxious. If she could survive this wave of purple lightning, even a cup or a toilet bowl would be a divine item, let alone the laws of nature that she refined. He focused his mind, and the 5 elements giant spirit's hand seals became faster and faster. The 3 swords spun unsteadily, and under the suppression of the cauldron of mountain and river and the 5 elements ring, they began to merge. The seal was completed. Xiao's pupils constricted as he flipped his palm and struck out. A ball of dazzling light flickered on the sword, and a strange space appeared above the 3 swords. It was clearly still and motionless, but it made people feel as if it was constantly moving. Mysterious space. No! Tenzho Zi cried out, his old face instantly changing, his eyeballs almost falling out of his eye sockets. As soon as the ultra-mysterious space appeared, the dozen or so people who knew the meaning of this item all felt their hearts tremble, and they looked at it nervously. Al also turned around slightly, his eyes revealing a look of surprise. Boom! Boom! Another 2 purple lightning bolts fell and directly hit the cauldron. Huey's body shook, and his blue skin cracked and peeled off. His entire body turned into a transparent light, as if he had reached his limit. 7 rays of mist. Amaterasu could only feel his hands covered in sweat. Due to his excitement, his body was trembling violently. Yuan Gaohan's face was also solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "There are 9 strongest lightning tribulations in total. If Al can withstand them, Xiao will lose no matter how hard he refines them." Boom! The 8th bolt of purple lightning struck down and struck the sky. The purple cauldron finally couldn't hold on any longer and exploded with a boom. The fragments scattered, and a powerful force shook in all directions. Everyone turned pale with fright. In their horror, they hurriedly joined forces to set a barrier to block the Imdact. 8 purple lightning bolts. Is this the limit? Tears streamed down Tenshu's face. Although he was still lacking the last one, it was already the pinnacle of refinement in the past 100,000 years. After the purple cauldron exploded, the fragments directly melted under the lightning, revealing a ball of light inside, but the object inside could not be seen clearly. Bomu raised his head, looking up at the roiling lightning in the sky. He said in shock, "If the purple lightning doesn't dissipate, there's still a 9th bolt." What? Everyone was in disbelief. Lingmu Di looked up at the purple thunderbolt with an ugly expression. He urged Al, "Mr.AI, please disperse the purple lightning quickly. Otherwise, not only will the previous refinement be in vain, but you will also be in danger of dying. Mr.AI, even if it's 8 purple thunderbolts, it's still rare to find a match for you. You're going to win for sure. Don't take any more risks," Tengzuozi said, his voice trembling. However, Al ignored him. At this moment, her whole body was in the strong light, and her expression could not be seen clearly. Only her hands could be vaguely seen forming a seal. Boom! Finally, the 9th bolt of lightning struck down. The sky changed color and the earth shook. Mr.AI. Under the purple light that covered 1,000 zhong, Yi's body trembled and he let out a pained roar. He turned into a blood light and was about to charge forward. Not only did Al save his life, but she was also the saintess of the demon race and the greatest alchemist of the current generation. Even if he had to pay with his life, he had to save Al. "Mr. Mia, do you want Lord Al's decision to be in vain?" Amaterasu flashed in front of him and blocked his path. He also spoke with a similarly sorrowful expression. The blood-red light trembled violently and changed its form in front of Amaterasu, showing that it was struggling internally. Compared to your own life, MR.AI insists on choosing the ninth heavenly lightning. Don't you understand why? Amaterasu's expression became somewhat excited. If Cruel was determined to make a move, he would probably be the first to rush up and risk his life. I was born with a cliff, and my alchemy path is endless. Lord Mo, please respect the dignity and glory of a great alchemist. Yuan Gaohan stepped forward and stood side by side with Tian Zhaozi, his expression solemn. LF, you stop her. Even if you can save her life, she will never forgive you. Refining with 9 purple thunderbolts is something I've never seen in the past 100,000 years. MR.AI. Today's battle is enough to illuminate this era. If it were me, I'd probably make the same choice. Bo Mu sighed. The blood-red light dimmed and let out a deep sigh after flickering a few times. It seemed to be unusually lonely and uncomfortable. He was not an alchemist, but he could understand the feelings of these people. In an instant, he appeared and finally gave up on attacking. He looked sorrowfully at the lightning descending and striking that weak body. Tenzatzi and the others breathed a sigh of relief and looked forward with deep pain in their eyes. But there was infinite respect in their eyes, as if they were seeing a great alchemist standing in front of the path and guiding them forward. Although I can't compare, I look forward to it. The ninth purple thunder was the greatest glory for alchemists. Under the purple lightning, Ael's beautiful face looked like a thin blue and white porcelain, thin and fragile. This was the power of the heavenly Tao. There was a limit to human strength, and it could never be reached. However, to be able to draw upon such a vast and mighty force was enough to bring glory to an era and stand shoulder to shoulder with the saints of the past and present, bringing glory to the present. Yun Xiao stopped the incantation gesture and looked into the distance as well, then bowed deeply. This was the highest respect for El. Under the purple lightning, her thin and tiny body made everyone within 100,000 feet respect her. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, you are the greatest alchemist in the world. Boom! The purple lightning transformed into a dragon as it roared. AI Huey's figure flickered slightly as he formed a few hand seals and sent them into the laws of all things. At the same time, a mirror light barrier appeared in front of him. Boom! That beautiful figure was finally swallowed by the purple light. The lightning dragon exploded above the big black girl, splitting into countless lightning snakes that scattered in all directions. Ling Mu Di and the others attacked at once. Together with the 3 kings, Feini and Phoenix, a powerful barrier was instantly opened and all the purple snakes were suppressed. MR.AI. The referee let out a pained cry, but with the thunderous roar and the blinding purple light, his voice could not be heard. The faces of Amaterasu and the others were also extremely unsightly, and they instantly turned pale. Under the impact of such a powerful force, the possibility of Al Sheng surviving was close to zero. Yun Xiao was also excited. The significance of this alchemy showdown had transcended the competition itself, and was the ultimate pursuit of Tao for a peak alchemist. At this moment, he desperately opened his eyes and looked into the barrier with his golden pupils. However, no matter whether it was his divine sense or his gaze, they could not penetrate the purple lightning area and determine Al Huey's life and death. The 5 elements giant spirit began to lose control of its mind. The mysterious space revolved above the 3 divine swords and began to produce an extremely strong repulsive force. Yun Xiao's heart trembled. At this moment, Al Huey's life and death were unknown. If he failed as well, then this duel would no longer have any substantial meaning. He hurriedly collected his thoughts and shot out the spinning sun with a solemn expression, merging it into the super mysterious space. Only then did the violent energy slowly calm down. The people outside the enchantment also had heavy expressions. Iran's life and death were unknown, and everyone felt as if a huge rock was pressing on their hearts. At this moment, a ray of golden light suddenly appeared out of nowhere and directly shot into the purple space. Then the second, the third, and the third. Soon, dozens of golden light beams penetrated the hole and shot out from the other side. This is a Kasaya. Yun Xiao stared at the sudden phenomenon without blinking, his face filled with shock. The golden light shot through the purple lightning body like an arrow and bound it like a net. Law of light. Everyone's body trembled as they looked on in horror. As for Poron, his eyes had turned golden, and runes could be seen flickering within them. Back then, outside of Red Moon City, he had once joined forces with various strong practitioners and used the power of Amitba to display 12 nomological virtual lights to suppress the Demon Master. At this moment, there were at least a few hundred nomological lights that passed through the Thunder region. Furthermore, they were arranged in a certain pattern and seemed to have formed an array. Tong Guang's face turned pale with fright as he looked at the law formation, his heart filled with excitement. This was a formation formed by heaven and earth, a formation that was most in line with the heavenly Tao. Clang! Just as everyone was at a loss, the several hundred nomological laws began to shake, and golden light kept flowing on them. The golden runes began to light up one by one, like tens of thousands of golden fireflies flickering in the sky. The void light materialized. What's going on? Bomu was greatly shocked and asked in shock. Why did it attract the chains of law? The web-like chains of law crisscrossed in the sky, penetrating the lightning zone. It seemed to be twisted inside and bound something. It was only when something beyond the realm appeared that the heavenly Tao would automatically condense into shackles, locking up the things that should not exist in the world. Even when Bomu was at his peak, he could only summon the faint light of the chains of law and borrow a portion of their power. Refining the Swan and I is a success. Amaterasu was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He couldn't help but cry out in ecstasy, and his tears flowed down his face. He actually knelt down on the spot. Even if Al Hui had died, the 9 purple heavenly lightning bolts must have succeeded in refining the item. Otherwise, the chains of law would never have appeared. Voila! Following Amaterasu's cry, most of the people were moved to tears, and the scene immediately began to boil. Firstly, he had no regrets after witnessing such an astonishing refinement. Secondly, it was because he had made the right bet and made a fortune. The faces of the Misty Rock Master and the others all turned pale, becoming extremely unsightly. Even Chu Hongyan and the others, who had no doubts about Yunxiao, began to waver. Ding Ling Er's body shook slightly, and her heart sank to the bottom. Hee. Gu Qingqing laughed so hard that her body trembled. Her eyes swept from Ding Ling Er to Chu Hongyan, Water Fairy, and finally to the Misty Rock Lord. She sneered, "Your Excellency Stone King, you can just crawl like a dog in the sky above Yenwu. TSK. A blessed realm elite with a dog chain around his neck must look very good." The Misty Rock Master's expression was like iron, extremely ugly to behold. Obviously, no one believed that Yunxiao could win now that the chains of law were out. Even Yunxiao himself was dumbfounded at the moment. After all, the golden chains that filled the sky were too shocking, and even his eyes turned a little cloudy and dazed. At this moment, the purple light within the enchantment barrier that everyone had set up was continuously dissipating, gradually revealing the scene within. The object bound by the hundreds of nomological chains was a ball of golden light. It seemed to have no physical form, or perhaps it was impossible for everyone to see through it to see its essence with their vision and divine sense. How is this Ingluo possible? Bomu suddenly shouted, his eyes filled with shock. He used the Eye of Truth to see a scene that no one else could see. Boemu's hands formed an incantation, and as his eyes turned golden, a giant eye appeared in the sky. The giant eye slowly opened and looked at the golden light bound by the chains of law. Inside the golden ball of light, it was empty like the beginning of chaos. There were thousands of lights continuously condensing into words. Maha-ancient character? Waves of shock were set off in Boemu's heart. The words in the golden light continued to appear from nothing. Upon closer inspection, he realized that they were not the Maha-ancient words. Something's wrong. These aren't Maha-ancient characters, they're another set of law characters. This Tao Wu Bomu was completely dumbfounded. He felt as if his mind was as stiff as a rock, and he couldn't think at all. Al Hui had refined the laws of all things and created a law character that was the same as the Maha-Ancient character. The characters were all different. Each character exuded a different power and represented a different rule. However, the words were bound by the chains of law and seemed powerless. In just a moment, they could no longer continue to develop. Bo-Mu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. If these characters were like the ancient Maha character, and if they were transformed into scriptures, would purple lightning appear again and directly shatter them? Just as he was thinking this, a figure slowly appeared in front of the golden light. MR.AI. The few of them exclaimed at the same time and couldn't help but be overjoyed. The figure was L. Although its breath was extremely weak, it did not seem to be in danger. However, Al's black hair had all faded to white, and her light blue skin was only faintly visible. It was as if all the blood in her body had been sucked out. Elle didn't care about her own condition. She was isolated from the world and high in the sky. Her eyes looked at the golden light with affection. Her expression was soft, like a wet nurse looking at her baby, turning a deaf ear to everything around her. Her face was full of love and joy. She slowly raised her arm and reached for the golden light. Swish! The chains of law suddenly made a loud noise and rippled in the air. Chains extended out from the void in the endless distance and bound her wrists. What? The referee and the others were all greatly shocked. At this moment, the purple lightning had already dispersed, and everyone withdrew the barrier, clearly and directly watching this shocking scene. Elle's watery eyes turned slightly, and she also looked at her wrist in shock. She struggled slightly, but found that her right arm could no longer move. Then, she stretched out her left hand and grabbed the golden light.